Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Okay, we're back. Well, it's a sad day. Not only is today the 24th anniversary of 9/11, but yesterday Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Now, I may not agree with the man on all issues, even many issues, but political violence is not how we settle our differences here in America or in any civilized society. And it is absolutely disgusting to see people celebrating the loss of a man whose only crime was wanting to have a discussion with people he did not agree with. And it is it is disgusting that it has come to this in terms of our relation to each other. But I mean, you know, stuff's this is happening, so we have to yeah, I want to. It has to be talked about. This has to be talked about. So I'm gonna go through some of the shorter videos that some other content creators have made and react to them. Give my own 2 cents in. After that, we'll have some fun. I could have sworn I changed the order. There we go. Okay, better, much better. Okay, so actually, I want to do Asmon's first. Because I saw Asmon's, not that I saw, but like I saw it pop up first in my feed, so that was the first one I like. Oh shit, let me see what Asmon the Wise has to say. So let's get in on to the news.
Week now, very serious.
Yeah, I had to literally reboot my entire iPad because I was muted. You could check the 3 minute VOD from the quote unquote last stream, but I couldn't hear shit when I like listened to it through my other thing. When I did my sound check, I didn't hear shit, so I was like, oh damn.
Hey guys, it's me again, and
And we have Asmon on the potato camera, so you know this is important.
it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully, I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated.
Yeah, it was so horrendous. It looked like, not that it looked fake, it's just you couldn't think something that horrible could happen during a fucking debate.
The guy gets shot in the neck and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, like controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years. And he was even featured in South Park recently because of it.
Yeah, you know, sorry, I'm having dinner right now. It's it's so terrible seeing. It seems like the world is just spiraling. It seems like the world is spiraling into the depths of darkness and just spiraling into like a chaotic, lawless hellscape.
Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion. At least
He definitely was not a radical right wing dude. He was a right wing dude for sure, but he wasn't radical right wing. He was fairly moderate, and he valued debate and discussion. That's that's the saddest part. Yeah, I fear the same thing, Toast. I don't want to. I hate to have those kind of words escape my lips, but the thoughts swirl in my head every day, of like, are we coming up on the sequel?
especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously, these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable.
He's right. You know, I I happened upon a post on Reddit a year or so ago, and it happened to be a post about, believe it or not, my car. My car has some political bumper stickers on the back of it, and it wound up on a subreddit, and it wound up across my feed, and I was like, oh shit. And reading through the comments, seeing how many people were like, oh, we should key that car, we should smash the windows, we should light it on fire, we should slash the tires, we should, all because you don't agree with the statements I'm making on my property. Like, the the excuse for political violence, the ease at which certain people will slip into committing acts of political violence is astounding today.
You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647,
Yeah, all that shit.
all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk.
You know why you dox somebody? You dox somebody so that you can. It's a way of doing harm to someone without doing it directly yourself, because you know you're not crazy enough to do something, but by putting that information out there and making it accessible to someone who may be crazy enough to do something, you're facilitating that act, because they wouldn't have that information if you hadn't given it to them. That's why people like Hassan fucking Piker dox people.
It's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person. and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why.
I 100% agree. If you dock somebody and as a result of you putting that information out there, they get hurt, that should be on your hands as well because you facilitated it. You facilitated their harm by putting information out there that the public would not have otherwise had access to. You aided and abetted in that crime 110%.
They want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't.
Yeah, remember that? I remember there was a big fucking uh like all the Tesla, not all of them, but like a large number of Tesla owners had their information leaked, and people were just putting up the information just because they bought a fucking car, just because they bought a particular brand of car, and because you don't like someone who owns like 19% of the fucking company. He doesn't even own most of the company. He owns like a fifth of the fucking company. And because you don't like the guy that owns the fucking company, you're gonna go after the people who bought the cars? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
Necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do.
That's true. That's true. It is a mostly left wing thing, but that is not to say that there are not dangerous loonies on both sides, and those dangerous loonies on both sides need to be watched out for.
Think that now you're going to see a lot more right wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence, they've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst acts.
100%. Hassan Piker threatens people. He held up a what was apparently a fucking BB gun or an airsoft gun or what the fuck ever, but he held it up in a threatening manner in a way that made it look like it was a real gun to those who aren't astute observers. He's doxed people and he gets completely away with it. Meanwhile, someone like Tectone says something not so nice about Frogan or Denims and he gets a fucking ban. The moderation is not even handed. The implementation of the rules is not the implementation, the execution of the rules is not even handed here.
Are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society.
Make asylums great again. 100 fucking percent. We need to bring back asylums. We need to bring back asylums and we need to start locking up some of these dangerously mentally ill people. We need to remove them from society because they are a threat to society.
They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that things are.
Their well being is secondary to minimizing the harm they can do to society at large. Okay? If we can do both, wonderful. But first and foremost, we must minimize, reduce, and if possible, eliminate the societal harm that these mentally deranged people are doing.
For them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example.
I was just gonna bring that shit up. Thank you, Asman. I was just gonna bring up. I'm fortunate enough now that I have a car and I can make most of my trips that aren't local to the store via driving, and I don't have to take the subway nearly as much as I did in my youth. However, the few times I have had to take the subway, it has been some of the sketchiest shit I have endured in my life. One time, I was waiting for the subway's elevator to come down and bring me to the ground level when a bunch of none of them could have been older than fucking 17, 16, 17, maybe 15-year olds. A whole group of them gathered around and two of them just started fighting. They got in front of each other, they squared up and they just started duking it out like it was the fucking boxing ring. And I'm sitting here, I had just gotten off the train after getting home from Jersey fucking City. I live in Brooklyn. And I had just gotten off like an hour and 45-minute train ride from another goddamn state. I don't want to have to deal with this craziness of people throwing hands in front of me and me having to dodge this giant dust cloud of fists flying like in the fucking cartoon and have to dodge it to not get dragged into it because I'm a fucking innocent bystander. I don't want to get caught up in someone else's fight. If I'm gonna get caught up in a fight, it's gonna be a fight over some shit that I got fucking involved in, not someone else's bullshit. But that's the way it is in the subway. I've seen people get knocked flat on their ass, and they literally landed at my feet, looking up at me. And I'm like, "Don't look at me. I'm not gonna help you. I don't know. I literally don't know who's right or who's wrong in this situation. So I'm not gonna be no judge, no jury, no nothing. I'm going home. Oh yeah. um, Life in the New York City subway system is absolutely insane. It is quite literally transport and a show.
As at the recent event as well. And I think
Yeah, he's talking about that poor Ukrainian girl who got stabbed to death on it was a light rail, so that's some sort of subway in I believe it was one of the Carolinas, north or south. I'm not 100% sure, but she was sitting on a light rail and some mentally unhinged dude who'd been arrested like 14, 15, more than 14 times just got up completely unprovoked and stabbed her in the neck and fucking killed her. Again, what is the world coming to? What the fuck is happening? Where we have just a complete and total breakdown of societal norms. That's not normal. That's not a normal thing to happen in society. You get stabbed to death on the subway coming home.
that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think
Some parts of it already are a PvP server. Living in New York City is at least part time a PvP server. Like New York has PvP enabled in some sections at some times, at the very least. You can't tell me that.
that in order to prevent that from happening,
I think it also has auto looting enabled too.
we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And
Jail. Jail. In the words of the Earl of Lemongrab, 1,000,000 years dungeon.
it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way
Yeah, yeah. You put them in fucking jail. Because a person who's been arrested 14 times has some issue playing by the rules of society, right? As a society, we have determined that we have a certain set of rules that we want to live by, and this person clearly has an issue living his life abiding by those rules because they've been arrested 14 separate fucking times. Look, I've been arrested once. It happens. Once, yeah, okay, you fuck up. 14 times is not. Oh, no, that's a clear pattern of you don't know how to fucking act. Clearly. If my son got suspended from school 14 times, I would be like, what in the fuck are you doing, kid? What, do you not know what the rules are in the school? Did they not teach you how you're supposed to behave there? What's going on? And clearly there's some breakdown in communication between what is expected of you and what you are doing. Yeah, after the third arrest, you shouldn't be allowed to walk free, especially when it's like a violent arrest. Look, jaywalking, littering, that's not what I'm talking about. If you beat your sister, if you if you have a schizophrenic break and you're tying up the 911 system because you're getting fucking psychic transmissions from the aliens from Independence Day, then you need to be put away in a padded room. Society does not have time to have you just roaming around doing damage. We don't have the time or the resources to allow this to happen. You got to go away. You got to go away. Go away. Go away. The rest of us are trying to live productive lives.
can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If
You know, the people who feel bad about that, they've never been the fucking victim of a violent crime. Okay? They've never had someone who has a foot on them, 50 pounds on them, standing over them while they're sitting on the subway, threatening to whoop their ass because they didn't like the way they were sitting. Okay? They don't know what it's like to have their nose bloodied under their apartment window because someone from a high school is trying to mug them when they're in junior high. People who have this soft mentality, they've never been a victim. They've never felt helpless. They've never been through the kind of shit like that. And until they have, they're gonna have that soft-headed mentality.
you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous, performative empathy.
Again, he's just gonna say empathy. Empathy to the wicked. Empathy to the wicked is cruelty to the innocent.
Possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can.
How many times have we heard the shooter was on the FBI's radar? Say, why didn't you do anything? Well, we can't do anything until he does. You know, you see the kind of shit these people post, and How has the FBI not been banging at their fucking door like that meme? Our system needs a massive overhaul. Our system needs a complete and total redo. We need to completely go through it and redo the entire thing. Just throw it away and begin again.
Stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic. And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, oh, well, this is just a crazy left wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right wing people doing the same thing to left wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them.
I feel very similarly to Asman right now in terms of I can see the pendulum swinging back, and there's a part of me that just doesn't have the same care as I did before because I've seen how you treat those who have the gall to disagree with you on 1 out of 10 issues, and you treat them like a complete fucking absolute subhuman monster. So I've grown tired of caring for those who don't care for me.
Because a lot of left wing people have no problem advocating for violence or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, oh, well, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to. And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right wing people end up doing this to left wing people now even more because it's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious
And I've said that. How many times were they on the FBI's radar? But the fuck does that mean if you're not going to do anything?
terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things
I feel like Asman means prohibit. I believe that's what he meant to say is prohibit.
that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and free with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or their like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And
That's true, and that's true. Eventually, eventually, it's gonna happen on the other side because they're gonna be so sick of it happening that someone it, someone's gonna feel justified to do it, to do something else. And when that happens and it's a left wing person, you're gonna see a lot of people, the same people who were cheering for what happened yesterday, having a completely different song to sing.
unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So, the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next because
As am I. As am I.
I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so, anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and oh, they were joking, they were joking. Well, I saw the video, that wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling the quote jokes that are talking around just, directly, saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it. I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here. Is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine.
That's a
But
big
whenever you
distinction.
have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and
Agreed.
millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrible.
8647 is code. 86 is code that generally means to get rid of, and in a not so pleasant manner. A lot of times you might see a gangster movie, and they'll go 86 them because, you're putting them in an 8-foot box, 6 feet deep, which is one of the many ways. And 47 refers to President Donald Trump, who is the 47th president of the United States. So 8647 is essentially a coded call to violence against the President of the United States, the sitting President of the United States. It's the kind of thing that if you didn't say it in code, you would have men with dark sunglasses and dark suits knocking at your door the next morning. And they wouldn't be coming to have coffee and talk.
Fine. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you
Hey,
sow.
true.
And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can here and there. But for the most part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to.
My my well wishes go out to Asmongold's father. Pancreatic cancer is one of the most difficult cancers to defeat, but I wish him the best. I know what it's like to have an ill relative. I know what it's like to lose a father. And I hope Asmund is spared from that for as long as humanly possible. I hope Asmund and his father have many, many long and happy years left together. Let's say that.
Devote my full attention to making sure that he's healthy and taken care of. And so, as much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority. I don't have a time frame. It will probably be a matter of weeks and maybe not even that long until I'm back regularly. And so, hopefully, that's the case. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death.
Yes, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. And hey, what's up, Bench and Chew?
That never needed to happen.
Yeah, it's one of the pancreatic cancer is one of the highest death rates for cancers. Steve Jobs, the CEO of Apple Computers, one of the biggest technology companies in the history of humankind, with all of his money and all of his fame, could not beat pancreatic cancer. Patrick Swayze, with all of his acting money and all of his fame, could not beat pancreatic cancer. It is one of the most difficult cancers to beat, and it is a brutal, brutal disease.
And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence, I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets in all of the worst ways possible. And I don't think that this is a good thing either, but I think it's happened. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching.
Yes, the Rubicon has been crossed.
And I guess I'll see you soon. Anyway, peace.
All right, now let's see Tectone's thoughts. No problem, Toast. All right, hopefully I'll see you when you get back. Have a good one. Have a good whatever you're doing. Thanks for the hydrate.
Hey guys, sorry about the shit quality on my phone, but I just have a lot of thoughts about what's going on in the world right now. I
When the bald lords record on potatoes, you know the times are dark.
got a chest and sternum tattoo today for 4.5 hours, and I thought that was going to be the most pain that I felt today. And then, well, in case you didn't check the news or Twitter, or God forbid you check Blue Sky, Charlie Kirk was assassinated live in front of hundreds of people with a bullet to the neck for about 25 minutes. People thought there might be a chance of him surviving. Anybody who saw the footage would know that was definitely not going to be the case. Recommend you not look into it if you're.
Sadly, I've already seen the footage from multiple angles. It's horrible.
Squeamish. We've seen a lot of death lately, whether that be the multiple white women who have been slaughtered like dogs on public transit.
Yeah, that's another sad one. She escaped from a fucking war zone, got killed on the fucking subway.
Or in parks, you have Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated with a bullet to the throat. What's happening in the world right now is deeply unsettling. It has really slowly started to change me how awful the world is right now. And by the way, if you've been on Blue Sky, yes,
Ew. As a content creator, I have Blue Sky, and I hate it there. I fucking hate it there. I'm literally about to delete it just because, like, at this point, anyone who's following me over Blue Sky, I probably don't want.
in fact, Charlie's death is being celebrated by far too many people for me
Fucking despicable. Despicable that an assassination, a murder, is celebrated.
to be comfortable with this fact. In case you don't know who Charlie is, he was a right leaning political commentator. Some might even say he was a far right political commentator because he's not supporting terrorism, so that means he's a fucking Nazi. Oh my God. Yeah. Charlie Kirk was one of the few political commentators who really kept it fair. And what I mean by that is he's a commentator who wouldn't be there to shove his opinions or his thoughts or his beliefs down your throats or anybody else's. He is someone who believed in a civil discussion where he would sit down
Yeah, that's the sad part. Is he's someone who believed in. Excuse me. He's someone who believed in discussing our differences, and maybe we don't come to an agreement, and maybe we still don't see eye to eye at the end, but we discuss the issue, and maybe we come to a greater understanding. We communicate, and we you know we let our ideas do the talking. And when you can't challenge a man's ideas and you instead have to resort to violence, you've lost any ground. You reduce yourself to an animal, because human beings, rational civilized human beings with higher brain function, we debate our ideas. We use our words. We don't just resort to killing people we don't agree with.
with a peer where he'd sit down with someone in opposition to him. Regardless of your viewpoint, he was very much down to talk. I've learned a lot from Charlie Kirk recently, where I watched his debate and discussion upon gun safety. And it's very nice to see someone who was willing to put aside their political belief differences and just talk to people and come to a mutual understanding of why you believe this, why I believe that, and maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle, or maybe we'll stay on opposing sides. Regardless, they were just there to present their beliefs. I believe
Look, me and some of my closest friends disagree on some key issues sometimes, but we respect one another to still view one another as fucking human. And I think we're losing a lot of that.
the first talk on what he was doing at the college campus, which they're calling a school shooting, by the way. It's not a school shooting. If you call it a school shooting, you're a retard. It's an assassination. It was a very intentional, very deliberate assassination. Um, he was talking about what was going on between, like, the black on white crime, I believe.
What he was stating is that there are about 30,000 gun deaths a year in America. About two-thirds of those are tragically people taking their own lives. But um, uh, fucking reveal time. As someone who has been there before, access or not having access to a firearm is not gonna fucking change whether or not you're gonna do that. Um, and you know, people have been doing that since long before firearms came around, and people do that even in places where firearms aren't easily accessible. Um, if you need any proof of that, look at Japan. Japan is one of the leading places of people taking their own lives. And it's almost impossible for a civilian to get a firearm in Japan. They just find other ways to do it because it's not the tool, it's the mentality behind the tool. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Unless that gun is a particular model of SIG. Then it just might. But so if you take the 30,000 gun deaths, because I saw a long version of what happened. If you take the 30,000 gun deaths, two-thirds of those, which is about 20,000 people, and you take that away, you're left with about 10,000 people. The vast majority of that is inner city gang violence. That is statistically the truth. You know? Hey Connor, what's going on, man? We're on the heavy stuff right now still, but we'll get through it.
I haven't seen the full video yet, and I believe he was about to talk about the transgender shootings, and well, how apropos that's when that happened. And I think the
He had actually just discussed that. What before the shot rang out, he was discussing that the vast majority of non-suicide deaths in gun deaths in America can be attributed to inner city gang violence in a handful of American cities like Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, Los Angeles, uh, Baltimore, places I would never want to be in my goddamn life.
the feeling of blue sky celebrating a man's death because you don't
Despicable. Despicable. The way these people are celebrating this death.
share their political views. You are a disgusting fuck. No one, and I mean this, no one deserves to die because they have a different political belief than you.
100%. No one deserves to be subjected to violence simply because of a difference of political opinion. And if you think differently, fuck you.
You can jail them if you want, if it's truly that severe and they act on it, but it's just a guy who didn't do anything wrong other than present a different point of view and was honestly the most civil person to do it. No one else was willing to debate anybody in the way that Charlie was. No one else was willing to sit down and talk to people and try to get to a mutual understanding like Charlie was. He wasn't a radical extremist. He was a very reasonable man, and he was killed, slaughtered. And I'm sorry, guys, from the Irna Zarutsky footage to the Charlie Kirk footage,
It's terrifying. It's terrifying. I get nervous just every time I leave my house. There's a small part of me that gets nervous. I truly do hate it here sometimes.
I'm deeply unsettled. However, I'm very grateful that I am still alive, and I want to let you know that if you're out there, never take your life for granted. and appreciate those you have around you before they're gone, because right now there are people being hunted like dogs, and it's deeply unsettling. I think the reaction from the news is an absolute fucking joke. People are trying to sympathize with killers. To Carlos Brown, who killed Irna, they're saying, yeah, but.
Yeah, but. Yeah, kiss my butt with that yeah, but bullshit. He was arrested, what, 14 times? Clearly, there was something wrong with him where he could not play by the rules of society. Therefore, he should have been removed from society.
What made him like that? Well, you don't understand how he felt. What the fuck are we doing?
You don't understand how she felt. Bleeding out, watching her blood escape her body, and growing colder by the second. You don't understand how she felt. Sitting on the subway one moment, and the next moment feeling cold steel in her neck.
What are we doing where we are sympathizing with fucking murderers? What are we doing when websites are protecting people from being called fat and ugly and a whore more than we're punishing people for calling for the deaths of our senators, as well as the citizens, as well as radicalizing audiences to enact violence while recording themselves breaking the fucking law?
Yes, Hassan fucking Piker, you piece of garbage. In fact, that's an insult to garbage. At least you can fucking burn garbage. At least you can fucking generate methane from garbage and make power from it. Can't even do that with you. You're fucking completely worthless, you Turkish piece of crap.
Are we all seeing the same fucking shit?
You have to be. When you're on public transit, you have to have your fucking head on a swivel because you never know when some unhinged, deranged freak show is gonna not like the way you're sitting, or when two people are gonna decide to have gladiatorial combat right next to you, and you might get dragged into a fucking cloud of dust and fists, cartoon style, while you're trying to wait for the elevator.
Online? Are we. Guys, I have been banned for nearly 2 months total over the past 4 months for calling people names. Yet there are people out there calling for the deaths of other people, political figures, and attempting to radicalize and weaponize their audience to hurt people and kill them who have gone unpunished. What the fuck are we doing? What is possibly going?
Yeah. Those people with nothing to lose, just all it could take is one snap, one little snap in their head, and the next thing you know, you're fighting for your life. It's fucking terrifying. It absolutely is fucking terrifying.
on in the world today? This is disgusting. It is. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. It's pathetic. It's a joke. I can literally feel in real time myself becoming radicalized because this country is forcing me to. These people are forcing me to because the people in charge
Yeah,
are a
yeah.
fucking joke. And it's everywhere. It's everywhere. The system is broken. I don't believe it's beyond repair. But this needs to change. We are valuing people's feelings over
I'm gonna get a
Prototype.
their safety.
Let's go
Needs to
back.
change. We are valuing people's feelings over their safety.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
The worst thing that I've ever done is call someone fat, call someone a whore, and then said, kill yourself to a chatter. And I am one of the most punished people on the internet for how long I've.
By the way, the person he called fat is fucking fat. And the person he called a whore is a fucking whore. Because a whore, by definition, is someone who sells their body for money. And she's an OnlyFans whore. So, yes, he got arrested. He got, oh, excuse me, my brain. He got banned for calling someone what they are. Excuse me, I'm going to call it like it is.
Banished for. And you have people on the internet calling for the death of people online and falsely calling people rapists on a daily basis.
That's another thing Hassan and his orbiters have done. To Tectone, to Asmon, to Nux. They call them, they fling all sorts of vicious accusations with no merit just because it makes the people they dislike look like worse people.
Do we not understand what's going on here?
By the way, Hassan went to a Diddy party and went to a brothel in Germany that was raided for sex trafficking a minor.
You all have been fed so many lies that you will believe your entire life because the people in charge want you to believe those lies. They want to keep you underneath their thumb and they want you to believe everything that they're saying is the truth. And you want to know the reality is, guys, the people who really want you to think that they're a good person, those are the worst people. They are. And I find it so fucking ridiculous that all these fucking libs who say, oh man, we're the side of peace, understanding, and tolerance.
Bullshit. Motherfucker bullshit.
Yeah. It's been very good seeing all that peace, love, and tolerance while you celebrate the death of a innocent fucking man.
I got into an argument with someone who was a self-professed leftist, and they said that the day will come when people like me will be made to turn around and face the wall. What do you think would happen when I'm made to turn around and face the wall? Think they're gonna give me a cookie? She meant that she wants to see me executed. The tolerant left at its finest, ladies and gentlemen.
And how you make fun of Irna, a innocent fucking civilian, being slaughtered on public transit. What a fucking joke. I feel disgusted. I feel ashamed. And this was a horrible day, not just for America, but for everybody on this goddamn fucking planet. Something needs to change very soon. Thoughts and prayers to Charlie's family. Thoughts and prayers to Charlie himself.
My thoughts are with Charlie's family and most specifically his children. I know the hell they're about to endure growing up without a father, and it is not something I would wish on any but the worst people. They are going to they're in for a lifetime of pain, and having your father taken from you at a young age is a terrible, terrible thing. It happened to me, and it is truly something they did not deserve. My thoughts are with the Kirk family.
You are a wonderful human being. You were gone far too soon. And I am so sorry this happened to you, Charlie. If you are watching this video, I know today's been very hard. It's been hard for the past week. Even I, who I'm trying to get myself, I'm trying to rewire my brain and how I think about things and trying to fix myself. But I see all this nastiness in the world and it doesn't discourage me. It motivates me to come back even stronger when I do. Shout outs to Zach and his dad. I hope you guys are doing the best you can. There's a lot of pain in this world right now, and they're going to try to divide us. Stay strong together. If you're watching this video, I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for watching. God bless America. God bless you. Have a wonderful day, and I hope I see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure by
All right, this one is the Sensitive Society one. It's another YouTuber I like, and I'm pretty sure he's going to talk about the disgusting things people are saying, and I like his takes, so we're gonna see his video as well. This is Sensitive Society's video on the Charlie Kirk situation.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure by now everyone, if not most people, heard and saw that a conservative influencer, YouTuber, whatever you guys want to call it, Charlie Kirk just got shot and is potentially dead. And in case you guys don't know, this is one of the biggest conservative influencers. He's pretty close to being the Hassan of the conservatives. I'm not here to get into politics. You guys know me. For years, my policy has been I don't talk about politics. I'm not even gonna get political here. This is just a human to human video. This guy was having an event in Utah, and he's done these kind of events in the past where he debates people. This was just like any other one, except that this time some unhinged person decided it would be a good idea to start shooting. Not only once, it was twice. And I've seen the video, the close-up one. I'm sure some of you have seen it. You know, I'm not new to the internet. I know what kind of stuff gets uploaded here. But that video of Charlie just the blood gushing out. What are we fucking doing here? Shooting someone and potentially killing someone because they have a different political view from you. It's not cool, alright? And I want to make this very clear. I am not a fan of Charlie. I don't agree with them at all.
I disagree with the man on many things. I personally do not hold a belief in God. I know Charlie did, and a lot of the people who admired him do, and I respect their opinion, their difference of opinion, and I don't think that they should die because I don't think they're correct on that issue. That's not how we deal with things as civilized human beings. And this man was always open to discuss things. And while he was having a discussion, you silenced him because you knew you couldn't beat him in a debate. So you had to use violence. And that's truly, truly despicable.
If anything, you could say that I dislike them. But
Hey
is that
Toast,
a
welcome
reason for me
back.
to come on here and celebrate? Be like, yeah, dude, this fucking guy's dead. Let's fucking throw a party. I'm not calling out the people who are making edgy memes about it. And even if you're like, Sense, I don't care. R.I.P. Bozo. We're smoking that Charlie pack tonight. If that's what you think, which, you can think whatever you want. That's fine. This is going to bring bad consequences to.
I mean, yeah, because then don't get mad when something happens to someone you admire and the people on the other side get their chance to say R.I.P. Bozo because you made it okay.
Everyone, regardless, if you're not celebrating this while you're throwing a fucking party, it's like, do you think people are not gonna fight back? Do you think people are not gonna fucking look for a leftist individual, a leftist person who's an influencer, and do the same thing as revenge?
John Biker.
Or hell, maybe take it out on innocent people. Violence always brings more violence. It will never end. Like, I'm not trying to get all Jaden Smith and we live in a society moment, but it's like, violence is not the answer. Once again, whether you liked Charlie or you thought he was cringy and annoying and a fucking grifter, whatever your thoughts on him might be, I don't think someone deserves to fucking die or get shot on video for his wife, his family, and his kids to see. I brought up Hassan earlier. Charlie and Hassan were going to have a
Yeah, I was going to react to that. Oh fuck, I was gonna react to that.
debate. If Hassan ever decides to go out publicly and do these debates and he got shot, would I be celebrating that? Absolutely fucking not. I don't like the guy. I don't agree with most of his political.
I would definitely not be sad. After all, this is the man who said America deserved 9/11. So fuck you, Hassan Piker. Okay? As someone who lives in New York and lived in New York on that day, go fuck yourself.
Takes or his opinions, and I've been extremely critical of Hassan. You guys know me. Just fucking type Hassan into my channel and you guys know what I'm talking about. I've been extremely critical of Hassan, and if someone tried to kill him or shot him, that is not okay. I would 1000% disavow something like that. Just because I don't see eye to eye with Hassan or with X person, it's not like I'm like, oh, I want Hassan to be shot and killed and I want people to kill his dog. It's like, no, of course not. That's fucking unhinged.
There is a close
Not the doggy. Doggy didn't do nothing wrong.
up. There is a closer footage of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck here as well, where you can oh, he's dead. Oh my God, he's definitely dead. Oh my God, I can't believe I just saw that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he definitely got shot in the neck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh yeah. No, that footage, that you do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. You do not want to see that. That footage, the close-up footage shows very clearly immediately blood pouring out of his jugular. He gets shot in the neck, blood pouring out of his jugular.
I don't like Hassan. I'm sure a lot of you guys here don't like Hassan, but if something were to happen to him, if some fucking unhinged, mentally ill freak ever tried to do something to him, or God forbid, shoot him, I would back Hassan 1000% on that. Be like, whoever shot him needs to get the electric chair, alright? And I feel the same way about whoever shot Charlie. Ain't no fucking way.
I mean, yeah, I don't like Hassan either, but I don't think anyone should shoot him. I think he should be banned off of Twitch, and maybe have his larynx surgically removed. But he shouldn't be shot.
We're in an era where I don't like your politics, so I'm gonna fucking kill you. Or I don't like the way you think, so I'm gonna fucking kill you. It's insane. Resorting to violence only creates more violence. I think if you're just a decent human being, you'll be like, yeah, that was kind of too far. I can't understand wanting to kill someone because you don't agree with their politics. I can't remember the last time the political climate was this bad. You have this, you have the whole ICE situation, ICE arresting innocent people. If you're brown, yeah, we're gonna have to stop you for suspicious activity. It's like, and now people getting shot and potentially killed. I mean, once again, I've seen the video, the disturbing video, the front row video, and I don't encourage anyone to seek it. It is legitimately sickening. It is disgusting. This will only bring more violence. Charlie Kirk had millions of followers. Do you not think one of them is going to try and do something as revenge, as payback, as, oh, they hurt/killed Charlie, I'm gonna get revenge now. But celebrating someone dying in such a horrific way, if not dying, I don't think he's ever gonna be the same. Who knows if he's gonna be able to walk? I mean,
Yeah, this was clearly shot before we got word that he hadn't made it.
that shot was just like, fucking Jesus Christ, dude. Scary times. Scary times we're living in. This,
Very scary times.
along with the poor woman getting stabbed at the subway, people just shooting up schools. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Interesting times we're living in, and I fear it's only gonna get worse, but hopefully I'm wrong. I'm not that negative of a person. I'm not that doomer. Well, not anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I'm out. Bye.
Scroll less, learn more.
All right,
Find your
next.
school district's plan at ny.gov/phone free.
Unleash your creativity with Creative Fabrica Studio. Easy to use.
This is the last Charlie Kirk video of the evening. This is by Sugar Tits.
Oh, here we go.
And yes, that is the name of the channel, Sugar Tits. Don't come at me. That's the name of the channel.
Oh, here we go.
Hi everyone and welcome back to another Sugar Tits video. So let me tell you what I felt today. This whole morning waking up and hearing about the assassination of Charlie Kirk left me feeling shocked, but most of all incredibly sad. You may have seen Bearing's video already, and maybe like myself, some of you weren't very familiar with Charlie Kirk's work either. Whether you make videos on YouTube about politics, religion, or you just want to make people laugh with comedy, hell, even drama channels. We all have the right to a voice, and we all have the right to hear what's being said. But let me tell you something, be it left, right, wherever you lean on the political spectrum, you should all feel incredibly sad. Sad for freedom of speech, sad that someone who just wanted to express their opinions was gunned down and killed for it. Because what?
Yeah, because I mean that's all. He was killed for speech, and no one should be killed for speech. No, I believe her and Bering. I'm not 100% sure if they're a couple or just friends, but I mean they clearly know each other because like she's essentially like she like uses the I call it the Minnie Mouseization of Bering's avatar, where just take it and make it girl stamp. Okay, I call it the Minnie Mouse effect. Take it, make it girl.
What's the point of discourse? What's the point in living in a so-called free country where we can express our ideas fairly and still maintain an
Fun fact, me and my girlfriend are so similar that sometimes I wonder if that's how she was made. They took me and they were like, oh, take it, make it girl. And she came out. Don't worry, they'll find each other.
of respect for those who you disagree with? We should all feel something for what has just happened, and if you care about the right of expression of ideas and the ability to do so fairly without fear, means we should all take a good look at ourselves in the mirror and ask, what are we doing to uphold these values that we hold so dearly and in our busy lives maybe take for granted? Today I felt incredibly sad, but spend more than 1 minute on Twitter and the mad shit starts to come out.
Yeah, I've had to purposefully scale back my social media usage today and yesterday because it's gross. It's truly gross to see people celebrating an assassination of someone who merely wanted to have a debate.
We all knew it was going to happen. The abhorrent shit stains on society have reared their ugly heads to dance on this poor man's grave, showing a complete lack of empathy for his family and his 2 poor kids, demonstrating what shit pieces of humanity they are. Well, in the spirit of honouring free speech, you wanted a platform, you got it. One of the first things I thought about when I heard this news
Yes, make them famous!
was
You wanted people to hear your words? Okay, you're gonna get exactly what you want.
bloody hell, there are going to be some disgusting videos in response to this. So if you don't want to see these videos, just click away now. But I want to out these dickheads and show everyone exactly what kind of assholes you
Make
are.
them
These are the
famous!
same kind of people who make TikToks, proudly calling for someone to off Trump, dox ICE agents, incite violence, and for many this will be the final straw. But seriously, if you're not ready for this or you just don't want to hear this shit, then click away now, because some of this stuff is fucking disgusting. So I like to break these shit fucks down into 3 categories.
The only thing it would accomplish is silencing him. And that's because they clearly had no other way of taking on his ideas, so they had to silence him.
1, you've got the ones who have strongly opposed him in the past, who are saying, yeah, it's tragic, but then use that as a segue, almost like a gotcha, to back up their own political views. Like, yeah, it's tragic that he passed away, but that's what you get when you support gun rights. Oh well. 2nd are the assholes who use Charlie Kirk's own religious and political views as a justification as why this was okay. We call this lower breed of liberal insufferables virtue signaling fuckwits. And the 3rd is the plain old no empathy having arsehole of humanity types who everyone asks, would it be such a bad thing if these kinds of people weren't allowed to breed? You know, they were all just impotent and infertile and just died out.
By the sword, died.
You know what? I think that would be quite beneficial to humanity.
By the sword. He did say that gun deaths were an acceptable side effect of gun rights.
It's the laugh at the
Nice for taking his words out of context, bitch.
end, isn't it? What a bitch.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
So that guy, in a roundabout kind of way, was almost suggesting that Charlie Kirk was to blame for his own assassination. Apparently he's been fired since, which is nice. Cause and effect, you know. Hateful.
Elbozo! Ha ha! Ha ha! Have fun applying for unemployment. Fuckwit.
Words lead to unfortunate outcomes.
The only thing that could have potentially saved
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Seven. That's true. He knew how to debate respectfully.
Charlie Kirk from getting shot in the neck was if our administrations, prior to this one and this one as well, actually had reasonable gun control as a policy provision in the immediate aftermath of, I don't know, 100.
He was shot in a gun-free zone, so how much, how well did that work out? It's almost like those who are incited to, or what's the word, enticed to do harm, are going to do harm regardless of the tool available. I mean, you need look no further than the UK for any sort of proof. Where now they're trying to ban fucking kitchen knives because they have a goddamn point.
Other school shootings that took place.
I'll trust Hassan Piker to get in on the virtue signaling. The only thing that could have saved Charlie was my political views. Go fuck yourself.
I mean, I think what has just transpired is tremendously disturbing.
AOC was not the worst out of the bunch, but of course, when asked, she still used this tragic event to champion her own political views.
And every single day, people are dying due to gun violence in America, and every single day, there are people in this building that continue to vote against doing anything.
So yeah, that's the first group. And to be honest, they're not the worst. Everyone tries to use tragic events as a way to push their own political agenda. It's an extremely bad taste, but people always do it nonetheless. The second group are more intolerable. There's more venom and general nastiness in their attacks. Because what kind of a shithead would suggest that Charlie Kirk deserved his own demise because they didn't agree with his views?
So I'm going to be very fucking clear about this so that you know exactly where I stand. And I will say this with my whole...
They say that in nature, creatures adopt bright colors to let you know of their toxicity. I get it.
Entire chest. There are some people on this app that are sitting there saying, oh, you shouldn't wish death upon any person, no matter what side they're on. Fuck that.
And let me be very clear about this, so you know exactly where I stand, and I'll say this with my entire chest. You're a cunt.
Fuck
I love sugar tits.
that. Charlie Kirk was a fucking Nazi. He was a fucking Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
And you're a greenhead.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly what the fuck got us here. All of a sudden, you use the name of one of the greatest evils ever perpetrated by humankind, and you use that name to describe anyone who you don't agree with. You do that routinely for a decade, and then all of a sudden, people start getting assassinated. Yeah, because of people like you fucking cunt, and I'm not gonna fucking censor myself. Cunt, cunt, cunt.
Gutless bitch who will probably die alone with a shriveled up clam.
Thank God that shit stain of a person is no longer in this world. And may his hell be being confronted by every single marginalized person that he hurt. That is what is fucking wrong with you. That does not make me a bad person for thinking that bad people should not be in this world. So, fuck that Nazi. And have a great day.
Bad people should not be in this world. And you're a good person, aren't you? You're a good person going on TikTok making fun of someone's death.
I mean, yeah. Sugar Tits basically said it for me.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. To everyone saying that it was such a senseless, violent act, I want you to remind yourself that it was God's plan. I mean, really, it was actually his fault because, like, he should have been wearing, like, a bulletproof neck brace or something. Like, I cannot believe he walked out the house without it. I mean, really, you have to be aware of what you're wearing in public so that, like, people don't target you. And you don't become a victim. So I guess this is just another example of God's plan in action. It was not a senseless act of violence. This was God's plan. Happy
Again, the loving and tolerant left, ladies and gentlemen.
hump day, y'all.
Oh, Charlie Kirk was religious. He deserved it. God's plan, y'all. Look, just because you're feeling some sort of way.
Yeah, you know, everyone's a Nazi because you don't agree with them. And, you know, you've sucked all the power and all the weight from the word. Except for the most unhinged of people who now you feel that when you say that, oh, it gives them carte blanche to just do whatever because, you know, by saying, oh, this person's a Nazi, you are dehumanizing them. And by doing that, you are excusing any sort of reprehensible act that is done to them because, after all, they're just a Nazi, right?
Because you've been shamed as a slut. I mean, I hope that you're never caught out and about wearing something slutty and something bad happens to you. I don't want that to happen. I'm not going to dance about it and celebrate it because I'm not a bitch. You see the logic? You see where I'm coming from?
I'm just really glad Charlie Kirk just got himself fucking shot because he's right. Empathy is dangerous to society. So no one should give a fuck that he's dead.
Again, you know, taking the man's words out of context, he's talking about the type of empathy in our society that, you know, lets a dangerous schizophrenic out after being arrested 14 times, which leads to a Ukrainian refugee who fled from a literal war zone, losing her life on public transit. We here call that suicidal empathy.
He said it. I'm just saying his words.
And yes, it is absolutely fun seeing these fuckwits lose their jobs over their reprehensible behavior.
All I'm doing is using his words. You can't be mad at me for using his words. I think empathy is a new wave thing and is very problematic. You right. No empathy for you. Zero.
And no empathy for you when you have to delete your social media because you're getting hate bombed. No empathy at all.
I'm so glad that she's leaving all these people's TikTok information in the video so everyone can see just who's saying these things. Yes, you want people to hear your words? Now everyone's going to hear what you have to say. Operation Let Them Speak is well underway.
He probably made like thousands of trans kids kill themselves. I literally could not give a fuck.
Source, you made it the fuck up.
They can get a stepfather.
Hey, baby, they done popped Charlie Kirk in the neck, and the word on the curb is that the devil is knocking on that hoe's door. And here's why I do not give a fuck, because these people incite violence on other people by going on these different news outlets and on the internet, speaking recklessly. So we supposed to care now that it's happened to you? Abso-fucking-lutely not.
But it's all fucking subjective, isn't it? What you might consider hate speech, to another person might just be common fucking sense. What makes you the fucking dictator of who deserves empathy or not?
Do you support his death?
I do.
You support his death?
Fuck Charlie Kirk.
You support Charlie Kirk being killed?
Yes, I do.
On the day he died, you're here at a vigil for Charlie Kirk and you support his death.
Okay, remember this when someone you treasure gets taken from you. And there are people there saying, fuck that person. Remember.
Support a Nazi?
No, I don't support a Nazi. Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi. You support his shooter?
Yep, sure do. It's freedom.
You support Charlie Kirk's shooter?
Sure do. He did us all a favor.
Would you shoot somebody like Charlie Kirk?
I would have killed him myself.
You would have killed him yourself.
FBI, open up!
Okay.
Bloody hell, guys. Imagine going to someone's vigil to stir shit up. Someone who's just been killed. On the day of it, you go there to start some shit.
You know, when Westboro Baptist Church did this, I said that those people were absolute fuckheads. And when these people are doing it, I'm going to say it again. They're absolute fuckheads. If you have the gall to interrupt people in mourning with your hateful messages, you can go fuck yourself. And you can go fuck your mother right in her greasy snatch.
And call him a Nazi. Take a long fucking hard look at yourself, mate. And here is the third category of assholes today. Zero fucks given, zero empathy, general scum of the earth.
Hey, so Charlie Kirk just got shot. Maybe there are good guys with guns out there. Update, Charlie Kirk is officially looking up at us.
Get that shirt off your chest, you piece of shit.
And I'm about to head to the grocery store because I'm making ribs tonight. Oh, but he was a man with a wife and kids. Yeah, and now they're safe from him.
And now they're safe from him. I say this as a mother from the bottom of my heart. Go fuck yourself.
I just watched the close-up video of Charlie Kirk getting pewed in the neck. No fucking way he's...
Too afraid to say shot? Huh? You're so brave to celebrate the assassination of a man, but you can't even say the method in which he was assassinated? You're more concerned with saying the word shot than you are with celebrating that a man was shot. You're fucking retarded.
Survives. So you know what time it is.
Yeah, and why are you wearing a shower cap? Like did were you washing your hair and you just got out of the fucking shower or some shit? Like, are you retarded? You can. What's with the shower cap, my guy? It doesn't look good. It's not like it's a fashion accessory. You look like you were so busy making your TikTok that you forgot to fucking take the shower cap off your head because you didn't want to fuck up your perm. Dumbass.
This one is even real. No, you know what? Even if this isn't real, at fuckface, and you're just trying to have a lol moment, you're a dickhead.
I heard someone got shot today. I had a tummy ache this morning. Stay alive out there.
Stay fat and ugly out there.
Oh no, someone shot.
I hope that Taco Bell leaves you extraordinarily uncomfortably. I hope that Taco Bell rumbles your tummy in a way that truly you deserve.
Charlie Kirk.
He must be redying his hair to carrot and blue or something. Yeah, that's possible.
Look, I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that's how you pick up a woman.
You're not a woman. You're a dusty old fugly feminist-looking liberal twat whose mutt cavern deserves to shrivel and die without ever knowing the touch of a peen.
Fucking.
Oh. 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 Sometimes some good old-fashioned woman on woman action is just what we need on this channel.
Stoked right now? You wanna know why I'm so fucking stoked? Go ahead and Google Charlie Kirk. Go ahead, read the latest headlines and you'll see why I'm so fucking
Yeah, go have some more meth, you trailer park looking.
Yeah. I think your uncle father is calling you.
Ink.
Charlie Kirk was shot dead today. Charlie Kirk was shot. Charlie Kirk was shot. Hey, did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot today?
Hey, did you know that you're a dumb bitch who decided, I'll be really clever and make TikToks while I'm driving with a fucking megaphone?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, are you recording yourself while not? Are you the one driving? I really hope that this is not a flipped image and you are not the one driving. Because if you are driving while also recording yourself, also not looking at the fucking road, also screeching into a megahorn like a retarded harpy, yeah, you should lose your fucking license, you dumb cunt.
Shot. Charlie Kirk was shot.
Hey, did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot today?
Hey, did you know that you're a dumb bitch who decided, oh, I'll be really clever and make TikToks while I'm driving with a fucking megaphone in my hand? That's not dangerous. You're an idiot.
I swear I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy.
Fuck you.
Fucking shit talkers, man. Degenerates.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Again, remember this when the pendulum swings the other way. I am so certain that you are a productive member of society. I am so certain that you shot this Tic Tac on your break from your job. I am so certain. Can you hear the certainty in my voice, ladies and gentlemen? Chat. Can you hear the certainty in my voice that this gentleman here is a well functioning and productive member of society? I mean, wouldn't you want to hire him to work in your company? Wouldn't you want to have him be the cashier at your store? Wouldn't you want to go and have this guy ring you up at the supermarket?
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
I'll remember that when you lose your job. It didn't take that long. Septum piercing detected, opinion rejected. And I hope you don't cross paths with any rogue MRI machines, milady.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Hot Topic wouldn't take that guy. Oh my god. Could you imagine being too jacked up to get a job at Hot Topic?
Well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fanta-Fastest favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
That was a sharp shot, clean.
Please tell me who, what retard, no other word, what fucking retard deceived humanity into thinking that making themselves look like livestock is attractive? You know what this belongs on? An ox, a cow, a bull. It doesn't belong on a people, sweetheart. You look ridiculous. And I am physically incapable of taking anything that comes out of your mouth seriously. Not to mention, you kind of look like the smiling Titan from Attack on Titan. Did you just see Eren Yeager's mom?
Shot, clean bullets, exactly where it needed to go to kill him instantly. It went right there. You could see the bullet hole right there. That nigga bled out immediately.
Fucking fuckwits, all of you.
Well, I just saw that video of Charlie Kirk getting his box boomed. I mean, boomed, bitch, like gone. I have no issue with it. The clown.
Another one. Oh my god, these septum piercings. What the fuck? Why the fuck do we have to make ourselves look like livestock? This is why aliens haven't come to visit us. Because they think we haven't gotten out of the animal phase yet because we're still dressing like livestock.
Always comes back to bite. But why do y'all keep aiming for the wrong niggas? Aim higher. Aim higher.
Yeah, that's what we need, right? More violence, more people offed. I can't even deal anymore. I'm sorry if this video's pissed anyone off, but like I said, I went through this period this morning of being really sad, and then I saw a couple of these videos and just started doom scrolling, and it made me really fucking mad. Especially coming across this one, where people are apparently leaving fucked up messages.
Holy fuck, bro. Bro, holy I gotta choose my words very carefully. That is despicable. That is disgusting. That is abhorrent. Someone said that to my mom shortly after my father passed away, and my mom leapt at them so quickly, she was a millimeter away from snatching the life from that person. You do not say that type of shit, especially to someone whose dead loved one is still not fully cold yet. That is the type of shit that disgusting excuses for human beings say.
On his wife's condolence post. Now that's the kind of shit that makes you mad. Unbelievable, guys. It's hard to even say how pessimistic you get about humanity when you see all these clips. And let me tell you, I didn't even post half of the shit that I found. The other half was too disgusting, and I felt some kind of way about even bringing that to attention. So anyway, hopefully spirits can bounce back after something this shit. I'm not even gonna do my fucking sign off. You know where to find me. Catch you in the next video. Tits.
Jesus fucking Christ, that was heavy. But we are done. We are done with the heaviness. I think I've had more than my fill of the absolute trash bag response to this tragedy. So now we are going to look at the Fat Files and their new video, Stupid and Evil Business Model. Buy now, pay later. Apparently some people are fucking financing their order on goddamn DoorDash. What has become of our society that we are financing our fucking takeout food? Like, how fucked are we? Because it seems like we are like balls deep fucked. Like, I'm talking like nutsack to nutsack fucked if we are financing a fucking Chipotle burrito. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I've been in some fucking rough financial spots, but I've never fucking turned to Klarna to get something off a goddamn Seamless. So let's see what's going on with Stupid and Evil Business Model. Buy now, pay later.
We are on our way to go see my sponsor child, Emma.
I've done it. I've accidentally stumbled upon the dumbest business model on the planet. Today we're talking about buy now, pay later. Historically speaking, it has been a method of payment since pretty much forever. And it's been exactly what it sounds like. You buy something that you can't afford right now and you pay for it later. Whether you're buying a house or a car or your oven goes out and you don't have enough money to replace your oven, you go to the appliance store and the appliance store is like, no problem, we'll hook you up with a payment plan so you can get your oven. It's never been an issue.
Where's all the money? That's as good as money, sir. Those are IOUs.
Oh, I forgot how classic this movie is.
That's a car. Might want to hang on to that one.
But in the past couple of years, apparently flying under my radar, a bunch of tech bros have gotten together and said, you know what, we should take this method of payment and turn it into an entire business model. And it is not only the dumbest business model I've ever seen, it's almost unironically evil. Like if you were to take a cabal of evil economists
A cabal. I'm imagining like a cabal of evil economists, and they're all like dressed like fat Monopoly men with monocles and big cigars and little fucking bowler caps and shit.
And put them in a think tank and tell them they need to come up with the dumbest way possible to crash the economy, this is what they would come up with, and we're going to get into it right after word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
No gun this time?
Oh. Oh.
Nice.
What is that?
It's my new concealed carry. It's so cute and small.
I mean, it's pretty average, I would say.
Well, I can't get my two hands on it.
Oh, is that
if you know, you know.
Is that the standard now? All right, here's the deal. Super simple, straightforward business model. You give them money, they turn around and make sure that data brokers on the internet aren't selling your personal information. What does that even mean? Okay, here's the entire internet and every free service on the planet inside of an...
If you've ever gotten a call from China, and I mean like actual China, like you get a call from like an 11-digit or fucking 13-digit fucking phone number, and they're speaking Mandarin or Cantonese when you pick up the line, yeah, your data's probably been sold somewhere. Sucks. That's the world we live in today.
Nutshell, okay? There's a saying, if you're not paying for the product, you
are
the
the product.
What that means is pretty much anything on the internet that you use, that's a service, whether that be Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, all of it, okay? It's all an app. So one of two things is happening. They're either going to feed you ads, and that's how that company makes money since their service is free, or they're going to collect your personal information, then turn around and sell it to data brokers on the internet, and then they're going to turn around and sell it to whoever buys it, and next thing you know, you're getting 17,000 robocalls every single day. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will look through all the major data brokers and find the ones that are selling your personal information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and then they are legally obligated to comply. And then they'll continue to monitor these data brokers, and if they get your information again, Delete Me will submit an opt-out request again. Basically, you're paying Delete Me to get rid of all the downsides of all of the free stuff on the internet, which I think is absolutely worth it. If you want to check them out, I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, moment of transparency. I had no intention of making this video. I didn't even really know that these companies existed or how they functioned until recently. I went to order something off of DoorDash, a pizza for me and the family, and I was presented with payment options. Those were Apple Pay.
Klarna. Jesus Christ. It's right there. Klarna, the fucking pay for a pizza off a door. No! Oh, that's it. We're doomed. We are doomed. That's it. We have officially fallen. Our society is a fallen society now. We are officially fucked.
A credit card, or Klarna. And for whatever reason, on this particular day, I said, what the fuck is Klarna? So I clicked on it. I was then presented the option of making an account with Klarna, and then I would be allowed to make 4 easy installments to pay off my pizza.
That is without a doubt.
What the fuck have we come to? Where we have to make payments on a pizza? No! Oh, we're cooked. We are cooked. We are cooked as a society if we are making payments on motherfucking pizza. We are cooked.
The dumbest thing
We are more cooked than the pizza.
I've ever heard.
To which I immediately said to myself in my head, that's stupid. I'm not about to finance a pizza and a private chauffeur to deliver it to me. I hit back and paid with a credit card, but then I was like, well, wait a minute. I technically did just finance a pizza and a private chauffeur to bring it to me because I paid it with a credit card, right? I'm buying it now and I'm gonna pay for it later when I pay my credit card statement off at the end of the month. So what the fuck is the difference between Klarna and a credit card? So I looked into it, and guess what the difference is between...
Easy. When the credit card company fucks you, at least sometimes they'll use a little bit of lube. When Klarna fucks you, their dick is covered in sand.
Klarna, Afterpay, Affirm, all these buy now, pay later tech companies, and a credit card. Basically nothing. Credit cards are regulated, these companies are barely regulated, and they're nowhere near as regulated as a credit card.
Same, but different. But still same.
Now, obviously, these tech companies insist that they are different from credit cards. That's why they're not getting regulated as credit cards. So let's just go ahead and go over both and see if we can see any difference whatsoever. Credit card companies primarily make money in 2 different ways. One, if you don't pay off your balance at the end of the month, they charge you like 26% interest, and they make money off of the interest. Okay, pretty.
And that's the little bit of that's the lube. They use a little bit of lube. It's still a dick going up your ass, but at least it's slicked up a little bit.
Straightforward, everybody understands that. Way number 2 credit cards make money that less people understand is they act as a payment processor. So what that means is every time you swipe your credit card at a store, they are going to charge the retailer between 1 and 3% of the total purchase amount every single time you use your card. So if you go to Walmart and buy $100 worth of groceries, Walmart is going to end up paying $3 for that 3% of a processing fee. And then if you don't pay off your bill, they're going to make interest on top of that. Those are the 2 ways that credit card companies make money. Now, Klarna and all the other buy now, pay later companies are totally different because they make all of their money off of processing fees, but instead of charging 1 to 3%, they charge 3 to 6%, aka double what a credit card charges.
Didn't I tell you? Bigger dick, less lube.
And then they give you a 0 interest loan for 30 days, and if you don't pay it off, then they start charging you interest. It's the same fucking thing as a credit card.
They're the same picture.
They even have a Visa card that you can put in your wallet and take with you to do this as much as you want. So why the fuck isn't it regulated like a credit card? Well, you see, a credit card is a revolving line of credit. That means you've got a $5,000 limit. You can spend $5,000, you pay it off, you can spend $5,000 all over again. When you use Klarna, Klarna isn't giving you access to a line of credit. They're giving you an individual loan. So if you get
Yeah, you're just the same way you finance a car or get a mortgage on a house. You're financing. You're taking out a loan on a pizza. We're doomed.
On DoorDash and use Klarna to pay for a fucking burrito, Klarna is giving you an individual loan for said burrito.
Good Lord, pay it off.
Old Spice Gentleman Super
Yeah,
Hydration
just-
Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisture.
You know, call me old-fashioned, but back in my day, if we didn't have money to order food, you know what we did? Well, what we didn't do? We didn't order the fucking food. We ordered something cheaper, or we went to a different store, or we made something at home, or we did something else. But we didn't take out a fucking loan like one does on a car on a fucking one-night pizza, a night's meal. You're taking out a loan on a meal for one night. For one night only, one night only. But forget to pay 1 month and you're going to get butt fucked with that high-ass interest rate that's higher than Snoop Dogg on April 20th.
They're giving you an individual loan. So if you get on DoorDash and use Klarna to pay for a fucking burrito, Klarna is giving you an individual loan for said burrito.
Good Lord, pay it off today.
Pay it off.
And you can avoid interest on that loan by paying that loan off in full in 30 days, exactly like a credit card, or unlike a credit card.
That is exactly how these companies operate. They operate on taking advantage of the ignorance of people. And by ignorance, I really do mean not ignorance like stupidity, just ignorance, just not knowing what, let's be honest. Who really reads all that bullshit in anything? If we read all the bullshit that came with all the bullshit we do, we wouldn't have time to do anything because we would be too busy reading all the bullshit. Because, have you ever actually looked at, the terms and service for anything you used? It's a fucking, 40-page document. And it's not a 40-page document filled with the type of speak that normal people understand. It's a 30-page document filled with the type of shit that, lawyers understand. It's legalese. It's a completely different fucking language to the normal way people fucking speak. And so obviously people don't read that shit. They just click, yeah, fuck it, I want to do this thing. I click yes and I get to do the thing. And then they wind up getting butt fucked by all this ridiculous shit. Because they decided to finance a goddamn burrito from Chipotle.
you could sign up for their payment plan where you make 4 payments over the course of 6 weeks and you'll still avoid interest. But if you go with that payment plan, each loan is going to come out of your account on its own schedule. So if you buy 30 things off of Klarna, you've got
There's 30 individual loans. Rather than just one credit card statement where it's like, okay, I spent $300 on the credit card, so I got to pay $300 to the credit card. It's now you have to keep track of 10 different fucking loans, each one for fucking $18. The paperwork, and that's the thing they're counting on. They're counting on you being on top of 11 of the 12 and knowing that they can fuck you hard on the 12th and make all the money back from the other 11 because of how hard they're fucking you on the 12th that you forgot about. Because it's not one revolving line of credit. It's multiple tiny loans that you have to keep track of each individual one. That's insane. I have OCD and I can't keep track of all that shit. That is true. That is true now. But, no one reads any of it. They just scroll to the bottom.
30 loans out there auto withdrawing from your account on whatever random dates.
Oh, that's a fucking nightmare. And they're probably, the thing is, they're probably not even going to all auto withdraw on the same day. So, like, your account's just going to get machine gunned with, like, little payments. And you're going to be like, wait, why do I have fucking $40 less in my account? Oh, because 3 different loans came out in the last 48 hours.
Those payment dates are. So basically Klarna is running 30 transactions a month to get all their money out on 30 different days, making it very, very hard for the average person to keep track of how much money they owe and how much debt they're actually in.
It sounds like a simple shakedown. Simple as that.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole thing hinges on you not being able to keep track of something that is absolutely, it's needlessly complicated, so you can't keep track of it, so that you fuck up, because, oh, well, I mean, you fucked up, but you signed up for the terms of service, so you fucked up, and now you gotta pay the fee. That's how this entire thing hinges on.
Just so we're all on the same page, their entire argument is, yeah, we're basically a credit card, but we're a really, really shitty, inconvenient credit card, therefore we shouldn't have to play by any rules. But don't worry, it gets worse. You see, when you apply for a credit card, they actually run your credit, and if you buy a bunch of stuff on a credit card and then you pay it off, it increases your credit score. That's a lot of the reasons that people go and get credit cards at a young age, to build credit so they can hopefully buy a house in the future.
Yeah, because one of the most retarded things about credit is, if you've never had credit, your credit is technically bad, so you need to actually establish and build credit to get credit, which is ridiculous, because how do you establish credit without getting credit? And so that's usually why your first credit card will be an absolute monstrosity of an interest rate, because that's all you'll be able to get approved for, because your credit is shit, because you've never had credit. The whole thing is an absolute fucking... It's a whole way of butt fuckery.
These buy now, pay later companies, on the other hand, they don't run your credit. So you can buy a bunch of shit with these companies, but it's never going to improve your credit score. But inversely, if you go ahead and don't pay your bill,
it will harm your credit score. So it can do good, but it will do harm.
They'll report it to collections, and then that will tank your credit score. So
told you. Told you.
It can only hurt your credit. They can't help it. Buh! If you don't like the service, then just don't use it. Buh! Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Here's how that affects all of us. Remember earlier when I said that they doubled the processing fees of a normal credit card? Great, wonderful. If retail companies are gonna have to pay an extra 3%, they're gonna pass that along to the customer, and they can't discriminate and only pass it along to Klarna users, because you can't make individual people pay the processing fees. So they're just gonna raise their prices across the board. So even if you're Dave Ramsey paying for everything in fucking cash, you're gonna be paying more money because somebody wants to finance a fucking breed. burrito. Which raises a question, why would any retailer want to use Klarna or Afterpay or Affirm or any of these other buy now, pay later companies if they're charging more money for the processing fee? Great question. This is where it gets evil. You've probably seen these in a checkout where it's like you could pay the $100 for your purchase right now, or you can make 4 payments of $25 and still get what you wanted right now. Okay, now to some of us that seems stupid because $100 is $100 whether you take it from me right now or next Tuesday.
But unfortunately, that psychology works on the dimmer bulbs on the human Christmas tree. We'll say that. Where they don't see 4 payments of $25 adding up to $100. They just see, oh, I only have to pay $25 today. Yeah, but you still have to pay the other $75 later. It's not like that shit goes away. It's just getting stretched out over time. It's like pulling off a Band-Aid. You want to take a week to pull that bitch off, or you want to just yank that shit off right away?
I'm still paying $100. What's the big deal? But there's a ton of scientific research that has gone into this. And when you spend a bunch of money, it activates the same part of your brain that is your pain response. It is borderline physically painful to spend.
You know? No, that I never heard that before, but that fucking tracks. That absolutely fucking tracks. Spending a lot of money activates. Oh my god, that tracks so well.
A lot of money. So there's a huge chunk of the population that it activates the same part of your brain that is your pain response. It is borderline physically painful to spend a lot of money. So there's a huge chunk of the population that as long as they see that lower amount in what they have to pay right now, they're 20% more likely to make the purchase, and they're 30% more likely to spend even more money.
Yes, science!
When you're in Navy medicine, you see more than numbers on a chart. Behind every checkup, every set of vitals is a
Yeah, that's terrifyingly accurate. Cause it just that tracks like a fucking tank.
What they have to pay right now, they're 20% more likely to make the purchase, and they're 30% more likely to spend even more money.
Yes, science!
So essentially, all these buy now, pay later companies are approaching retailers and saying, hey, we're going to charge you 6%, but you're going to sell 20% more often. And when you do sell, those purchases are going to be 30% larger.
Yeah, no business that isn't run by a retard is going to reject that offer. So you're going to charge me a little bit more money, and I'm going to have to pay 3% more, but I'm going to make, yeah, no, that no business wouldn't want that.
Basically, retailers take the deal because it makes them more money. And the reason it makes them more money is because
And of course, if you're a retail store, you've already got fucking psychology tricks in the built into the very fucking layout of your store to like maximize the amount of money people fucking spend on that shit. That's why you put all those stupid little knickknacks right by the checkout line to get that last bit of pocket change from your dumbest customers. We all know it.
and all the other buy now, pay later companies have figured out how.
Not just modern game prices. And modern prices in general are physically attacking us.
Make credit cards 2.0, except this time it's more dangerous, it's less regulated. Basically, retailers take the deal because it makes them more money. And the reason it makes them more money is because Klarna and all the other buy now, pay later companies have figured out how to make credit cards 2.0, except this time it's more dangerous, it's less regulated, and people that are financially illiterate are more likely to fuck up their entire financial future over a fucking burrito.
Yeah. These are the people who are driving the Nissan Altimas and living every last stereotype of Nissan Altima drivers.
Inception of this company had to have been like an episode of Mad Men with a bunch of John Hamm looking motherfuckers drinking scotch and smoking cigars inside of a high-rise building, and they're like, haha, we're gonna figure out how to exploit poor and financially illiterate people even harder than they already are, and it's gonna be a great business model. Yeah, except it's not, because that's the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay, let me rephrase this entire thing so we're all on the same page. Credit cards have a screening process. You apply for a credit card, meaning they've done some research into you and they've determined you're probably pretty likely likely to pay this back. Klarna and Buy Now, Pay Later doesn't do that same screening process at all. So they're giving lines of credit, essentially, individual loans on burritos and fucking pizzas to people that probably can't afford to pay it back. You want to know how I know they can't afford to pay it back?
Because if you're financing a fucking burrito from Chipotle, you probably can't afford a burrito from Chipotle.
They're taking out a payment plan on a fucking burrito. And you're never going to believe this. It's not working out for them. Q1 of 2025, they posted a $99 million loss, and they have no idea why, because guess what? The people that were financing DoorDash and a bunch of other dumb shit aren't paying off their bills in time. Shocking.
Unbelievable.
I would pay so much money to see the CEO of Klarna have a sit down with Warren Buffett and try to convince Warren Buffett to have Berkshire Hathaway invest in Klarna, as he explains to him in detail that their business model is to sell payment plans and loans for Chipotle burritos. It would be fantastic. These companies literally broke level 1 of capitalism. Capitalism can be described as you identify a fucking problem, then you solve the problem and sell the solution. Klarna, on the other hand, came along and was like, okay, I think I've identified the problem. Poor people don't have any money. What if we made it easier for poor people to have even less money? Perfect. Everything. That's not fixing the problem, it's making it worse. Imagine if a plastic surgeon in Miami figured out a way to help women with flat asses have even flatter asses. He would go out of business. Klarna, on the other hand, is trying to IPO for $15 billion, okay? IPO means initial public offering. Basically, they're gonna open this up to the stock market and let people invest in the company. And the shitty part, because it's the tech sector and everybody thinks that the next tech company is gonna be the next Apple or the next Tesla, they're probably gonna get a metric shit ton of money and a ton of investors are going to come.
Bye-bye. How'd you fucking do?
Okay,
Yeah.
they're picking up on a button down. They're about.
Yeah, you used to have to like gamble. You used to have to be into gambling, drugs, or women to become as financially destitute as Klarna makes easy now.
Metric shit ton of money and a ton of investors are going to come.
Bye-bye. How'd you fucking do that?
Okay, if you're not picking up on a button down, they're about to get a bunch of people to invest in what amounts to subprime burrito loans, and it has the potential to crash the entire economy, right? This is what happened in 2008 with the housing market. What happened in 2008? A bunch of banks were giving out subprime mortgages. Subprime meaning they're giving a mortgage to somebody they know probably can't afford it, and guess what happens when people can't afford shit? They don't afford it, and then they end up not making the payments, they foreclose on the house, that happens too much, and it ruins the entire fucking housing market and the entire economy as a whole.
You're complete.
Yeah, I remember that.
Sure of the math. Look at him. You notice anything different about him? Look at his face. That's very racist. His
Yep.
name's Yang. Yeah, I'm sure of the math. Actually, my name's Jiang.
But at least when the housing market crashed and the bank foreclosed on a bunch of houses, they still had the houses that they could turn around and sell to somebody else. Granted, they weren't going to get all their money out of it because the price of houses fell to the floor, but at least they had something left over. How the
Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna have left over? Poop.
fuck are you gonna foreclose on a DoorDash order that somebody ate 9 months ago, okay? You gonna go repo a fucking turd? I can't believe I live in a timeline where I'm legitimately concerned that one day I'm gonna wake up and see the news headlines reading subprime DoorDash order bubble bursts, crashing economy. Could the government step in right now and regulate them as credit cards like they should be regulated and fix the entire problem? Absolutely, they sure as fuck could. Unfortunately, my entire government and every politician is 7,000 years old and too technologically illiterate to understand what the problem even is.
Does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Oh my god, this country is run by retards. This country is run by retards. Oh, we're doomed.
What? How do you sustain
We're
a
in the
business
worst
model when
timeline.
users don't pay for your service?
Senator, we run ads.
And by the time they do realize it's a problem,
Wait,
it's probably
let me hear that.
Sustain a business model in which users don't pay for your service.
Senator, we run ads.
And by the time they do realize it's a problem, it's probably going to be too big to fail, so they're just going to print a bunch of money, give it to fucking Klarna to pay off their subprime burrito loans, and then all the taxpayers get to pay for it.
Oh my god, that's exactly what they're gonna fucking do. That's exactly what they're gonna do, because that's what they did the first time! Oh no, it cooked.
Fucking terrific. I can't.
Oh, we're gonna be in Mad Max by the time I'm 45, I know it. Oh, my 45th birthday is gonna be a lovely day, isn't it?
Wait, okay, that's it. There's no silver linings. This is the dumbest business model I've ever seen in my entire life. If you want to take away from the video, it's this. If you're an entrepreneur and you want to start a business, find a problem, identify it, then solve the problem to make people's lives better. If at any point your idea to make money is to identify a problem and then make it worse to take advantage of poor and financially illiterate people, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, 100%. You're a piece of shit, and you have no soul.
For the love of God, if you have to take out a payment plan to have a private chauffeur hand deliver you a burrito, please don't do it. If you need to take out a payment plan for the burrito, you can't afford the burrito. There's literally...
Oh, we're cooked. We are so cooked. We are so cooked.
Bankers on the internet posting stories about how young couples lost the opportunity at their first house because they made a purchase with one of these buy now pay laters a year ago, forgot about it, they reported the debt to collections, and it tanked their credit, and they weren't able to buy their first house over some fast food. Please don't ruin your financial future to have a burrito pay laters a year. There's literally bankers on the internet posting stories about how young couples lost the opportunity at their first house because they made a purchase with one of these buy now pay laters a year ago, forgot about it, they reported the debt to collections, and it tanked their credit, and they weren't able to buy their first house over some fast food. Please don't ruin your financial future to have a burrito hand delivered to you.
What the? I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense. That order of events tracks, but fuck me. Oh, we live in the worst timeline. Oh, we are cooked.
Buh! DoorDash is a necessity for some people. You're just a rich YouTuber that doesn't understand the struggles of the average person. Buh! Okay, pause. I know what you're thinking. Fat Electrician is taking this keyboard warrior thing too far. He's making straw men. Surely nobody is actually arguing that
He's gonna show us actual comments. I know it. He's gonna show us comments.
DoorDash is a necessity. You're incorrect. I like to probe topics before I make these videos.
Okay, tweets, comments, same shit. Retards on the internet. There are so many retards on the internet. If I had $1 for every retard on the internet, I'd be the richest person on the planet.
Videos to see what the keyboard warriors will say, and this is a real opinion that popped up on the thread. And my response to this is as follows. A, I was delivering DoorDash, not ordering DoorDash. I was a delivery driver for DoorDash like 2.5 years ago so I could afford to pay my bills. So you can fuck right off with that shit. B, DoorDash is a luxury purchase, okay? I don't give a fuck what the circumstance is. Ordering restaurant...
100%. This is coming from somebody who isn't always physically capable of going to the store, but guess what? I find some way. If I can't fucking DoorDash, I don't fucking DoorDash. I don't fucking take out a loan on a fucking pizza.
Quality food and then summoning a stranger to hand deliver it to you is a luxury purchase. To call that a necessity regardless of circumstance is like saying that a Rolex is a necessity because people need to be able to tell what time it is. No, the fuck it isn't. Go buy a G-Shock for $9 and it's fine. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. The new tech bro buy now pay later companies are the worst, shittiest, dumbest business model that I've ever seen in my entire life. Thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out. I'm gonna get a cease and desist. I can feel it already.
Oh. The next video is, ooh, alright. We are in for a treat. The next video is the Dong Pi Bong Water Nux Taku episode. So this is, now it's time for some more light-hearted things. This is Don P. Bong Water, Ketamine Dreamin', the Nux Taku episode. I watched Donnie P make some of this on his streams, but I didn't follow like all of his streams because I didn't want to be spoiled, but the few parts that I have seen are absolutely hysterical, and I'm pretty sure this is only Act 1. So I think he's working on Act 2, and I think there'll be an Act 3. So the Nux video is gonna actually be a fairly long one. So let's get into this.
Boys and girl, I am Mindset Legal with a disclaimer for this episode. There is a 12th dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a hallucination as vast as the internet and as timeless as memes. It is the middle ground between left and right, between man and technology, and it lies between the deep web and the summit of his shitposts. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Bong Water Zone.
You're traveling through another meme. A meme not only of sight and sound, but of mind.
A mid-journey into the wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. That's the shitpost up ahead. The episode ahead may cause you to lose track of reality. I can't legally tell you to drink more or hit your bong harder. All I can say is, enjoy.
Oh, let's hit the vape then.
I am here at Akon City, digging wells for thousands of
Mr. Beast. It's Timothy Breast. Oh God.
people to get water and building a school for misfit Wakanda youth. I'm in the legendary new Wakanda Youth Center. Let me show you what we have cooking up in here. I found this legendary door that no one told me about, and let's see what's inside. Make sure to like and subscribe. Guys, I have the legendary N-box, I think. What the fuck
The power of nicotine. Everyone's gonna be smoking Newports.
is this thing?
So these guys just showed up. They aren't part of my film crew, no idea where they came from. I think I see someone in charge.
I'm Kanye, and this is a gay Mexican. We are the new Nazi party, and I demand you
That's supposed to be Kanye West and Nick Fuentes.
give me the N-box.
Yes, Gore, it's diabolical. Zed, thanks for the raid.
This is mine! Sergeant D. Ildo, go make the Underground Railroad summoning circle.
Oh no.
Where did you get that battery from?
The ceiling
Harvested
bird.
from the ceiling bird. Duh. Me and this gay fish are gonna
No. I forgot about this part. I'm dead.
take the Underground Railroad. The rest of you, go to Egypt.
Hey Zeb, we're watching the AI, diabolical AI Nux Taku. Oh no, I'm gonna die. This is gonna be too good.
These dudes be wildin'. They can't even be bothered to pick this shit. Always happens in the Underground Railroad.
Wait, what? Welcome to the Underground Railroad, bitch. Declare your whitey. This is my gay Mexican cat boy. This is the Underground Railroad. Us black Israelites founded this shit when we built the pyramids. We can use the soul train to travel around the world. All of us colored folk can use it freely, but we gotta vouch for whitey. That's our ride, cat boy. Let's get crack-a-lack. Get the fuck on the train, cat boy, bitch.
I'm Captain B-Dick, and I run this motherfucker. I can't believe I went from Soul Plane to Soul Train.
Man, this is some bullshit. I didn't realize the new Nazi party was all about hating whitey.
You ain't whitey, you a Mexican.
Choo-choo, motherfuckers! I got a schedule to keep!
What did the Thomas the Tank Engine?
Oy vey.
Oh boy!
Better be important. I got a stream to do.
New York Presbyterian. We deliver the most babies in New York City and Westchester. With over 130 locations.
Better be important. I got a stream to do.
Lux hesitating to spend the money. Lore accurate. I remember this from the trailer. Witness me! Captain Planet on ketamine. That's Nux's Chad form. Ah, the Gooner Van! Still love the Gooner Van, man. That is absolutely the best ride in the entire series. And Asmon's fucking doorless fucking muscle car from season 1. And of course, Tectone's fucking lifted pickup truck.
These fucking rabbis calling me in to fix these goddamn problems without paying me is not kosher.
Nux, you are looking extra gross.
And you look extra bald, Eggman.
No, he was not part of making this. But he reacted to it this morning. I actually had to like drop off of his stream because I was planning to react to it and I didn't want to be spoiled. But the guy who makes this is constantly in Nux's stream, and like he knows about Nux, so you'll see like little tidbits that are little Nux lore, like the fact that the fuzzy slippers is from the one time he actually made an in-person appearance. He wore fuzzy slippers to the interview. The bagel mobile, because Nux is Jewish. So his car is a bagel with fucking wheels.
Oh, precious. I hate coming to kosher fried chicken. It's impossible to find free parking. Give me one of the 420 combo boxes, please. Having our headquarters in a fucking fried chicken place is so dumb. I guess it makes sense because of the boxes it holds.
Nux, we have lost control of the N-box. But Rabbi McGoldsteinberg, I thought it was sealed away.
The new Nazi party stole it and now want to remove all women in the universe so there are only men, forcing everyone to be gay. Kanye and some gay Mexican stole it and you need to go find it. But first, you need to ascend to the Super Jew form.
Oh, man.
See, that's his Super Jew form and he's all chatted out.
I don't want to go to Mount Sinai.
This tunnel will take you to the base of Mount...
Yes, it's a 6-pointed star made with pennies. Yes. You can make of that what you will.
Sinai, remember your offering.
What the fuck am I doing?
Those fuckers are so cheap they didn't even send me to the top. To be honest, I wouldn't pay for it either, so I guess I'm walking.
Missing with that offering shit. Having to give Judah a bunch of money and a precious item is super fucked up.
Judah, I need to ascend. Give me the K.
Make your offering, bitch. Huh? This is diabolical.
Oh god, that's gotta be torture. Where's my watch?
Where the fuck is my watch?
You may pass.
Pretzels. The ketamine.
Jesus, that shit is wild. Why am I anime now? What is even happening, bro?
That's some good shit.
Stop the K!
What? Nux is evolving?
The rules of the internet have been written exclusively by men.
We need to be practical, not emotional.
And now he meets his chat. The Billies.
Yeehaw! The Super Jew is here!
What the fuck is this? Who or what are you guys? Well, we are the Hillbillies, the Appalachian Mountain Jews mining ketamine for the fabled Super Jew, of course.
Oh my god.
Lock in Hebrews and Shebrew.
He's blowing the ram's horn. Fucking no! I'm done. This is hilarious. This is gonna kill me.
It feels good to be a king.
Hey, boss. Your new form will net a constant supply of ketamine to maintain itself.
Yo, look how fucking beefed up he is, though. What the fuck? Dude looks like Majin Buu when he fucking absorbed that fucking muscular guy.
Why are you still here then, retard?
We mine the cat for thee, da-dee-da-dee. We mine the cat for thee, da-dee-da-dee. We mine the cat for thee, da-dee-da-dee. We mine the cat for thee. Appalachian Jews mining ketamine. Do a few lines and we set a scene. Out of this world, out-of-body girls, kind of like dimes in a sea of
0 days since last incident.
cowboy hats, and the boys know where it's at, so da-dee-da-dee. We mine the cat for thee, da-dee-da-dee. We mine the
Because it's horse tranquilizer.
Shut the fuck up down there, I'm trying to stream.
He's trying to stream.
Da-dee-da-dee. We mine the cat for thee.
Oh my god, it's a Jewish space laser. The fucking Jewish space laser! Oh my god. No. Oh, this is fucking absolute cinema.
This place is so fucking boring. When am I gonna find something crazy?
Finally. Finally. Some lore.
Cause Nux loves lore dives.
Oh, well, that was easy.
He found an ancient Wakandan Stargate.
Gather the billies. It's time to ride.
Mr. Beast. Yes, it's a ancient Wakandan Stargate. The guy who made this is named Don P. Bongwater, so I do not believe that there was no part of this that was made via sobriety. And yes, this is a Mad Max spoof. The first one was mostly he was spoofing 007. And in this one he's spoofing Mad Max. The intro was a spoof to the Twilight Zone, and the story is mostly like a big spoof off of Mad Max and a couple of other things, but the big part was Mad Max from what his from what he said in his streams. The dude is actually, his sense of humor is off the fucking wall. And I love the fact that he's able to make this and make me laugh. After all, the 4 boxes are named after fent, ketamine, cocaine, and nicotine. It's not the actual things that the boxes are quote unquote named for, but that's the in lore definition to keep things safe.
Finally, these billies drive like shit.
This map by the ancient nuclear engineers says that the potion of true insight is nearby. But which tomb would it be in?
Boss, we think it is the right one.
It smells the most of fried chicken, and someone heard a ceiling bird.
Beep. Getting owned.
Look, Tectone, I don't know where your watch is. I didn't take it this time.
This time.
Ugh. Oh, gross. Miss me with that shit. I don't have time to figure out how to open this thing. Billy Joe, open this awful-looking door up. Witness me!
What the fuck was that?
Holy shit, what even is that?
Stolen bicycles. I'm going to hell for laughing at this, but I was going there anyway. Is that purple drink?
That wasn't so hard.
Beep. Oh no, it's a whole flock of ceiling birds.
Get away from me!
No battery. Please charge.
Fucking ceiling birds, man!
Yeah, I'm on a fast track directly to the bowels of hell for laughing at all this, but I don't care. This shit's like South Park. Everyone gets fucked over.
But also based.
Man, the boulder fatigue is real. It's so bad the boulders have it. The fuck are you guys looking at?
Do you know, D-Way?
What the fuck are these guys, and why are they wearing Burger King crowns?
Buy the Old Spice NFL collection.
Buy the Old Spice NFL collection.
No, like this. Old Spice NFL collection.
Witness me!
He's blowing himself up.
Oopsie poopsie, but those billies were a sacrifice I was willing to make.
Oh, they even put the oopsie poopsie in there. That's one of Nux's catchphrases.
Fuck, I need more ketamine. Closest place is Israel.
Oh my days! I never thought any of us would see Israel for real.
We only know it from cave paintings.
This is Israel, the place you were created. If you Billies are lucky enough, you might see it one day.
Holy shit, they're all jacked up. You got the ketamine.
Time to meet the lead rabbi.
Bro, I've been on a ketamine-fueled rampage for 72 hours. I got the bottle of N-Sight, but I don't understand why it is so important to get the N-box.
You know, many other ketamine crusaders have asked the same question in the past. The answer is always the same. The reason we care so much about it and protecting it is the N-box was created for peace. Also, a tiny bit of global domination.
Whether it's for creating nuclear power, national socialism, or a wide range of other N-related topics, the N-box is extremely potent.
Think about this for a moment. Would you rather a Jew have the box or some random person?
With us Jews, you know exactly what to expect. With someone else like Kanye and his band of gay Nazis, they are too unpredictable.
So with Kanye wanting to turn the world into a male-only homosexual hellscape as one of those powers? That's fucking diabolical!
It is. However, what we ask of you next is going to be something only one other can help you with.
Dude, not more fucking puppets.
You'll need the puppets later. They're great cannon fodder and they mine without question, but the person
Great cannon fodder and they mine without question.
I'm talking about has 22% of the power you need.
I know you already are acquainted with Tectone.
He is the only one that can get you into the Underground Railroad. You must do this next part on your own. For now, take the puppets to the promised adventure land, and they will be cared for until you return.
Oh, yeah.
The promised adventure land.
Da-dee, we snort the cat for thee. Da-dee, we snort the cat for thee. Da-dee.
It's like the state fair, but deranged.
We snort the cat for thee.
Cuck his phone is dead. Formerly California. That tracks. It's a canon accurate depiction of California.
That's all good. Watermelon, fried chicken, nuclear power, Nazis, Newport cigarettes, all in the hood. That's all good.
He's going to get milk.
He's going to get milk. Oh my God. Your mama tricking. That's why your brother's sticking to the same old gang.
Well, look at the time. Have a nice trip?
Time is relative in this dimension. Is this fiction, or just an exaggeration of reality? Would you like to continue on this journey? Keep watching the Bongwater Zone. I'm Mindset Legal. Good night.
September 18th. In a week. Twilight Zone was peak. I like Twilight Zone too. I do miss that. Every once in a while I used to catch it on cable late at night. Back when I would watch cable late at night.
Buying this boat was a total no-brainer.
All right.
Oh, no-brainer? If you got a new boat, the smart thing to say is, like a good...
This is Wolfie VGC. He is one of the greatest competitive Pokemon players that also does YouTube. He's actually like I'm not even glazing the guy. He's actually like I forgot which year he won like the world championship. Like he's won world champion for Pokemon. In terms of competitive Pokemon, this guy knows his shit. And this is his video, how Pokemon saved the ice type. Let's see, whoops, daisy. Let's see how Pokemon saved what is the frailest type.
Ice-type Pokemon have spent the better part of 3 decades being absolute dog water. Some sick designer at game...
Yeah. Ice-type Pokemon are absolute trash. Ice-type moves, however, are fucking awesome. Like, Bolt Beam coverage, Spit Starmie, Ice Punch on a Rain Dancing Mega Swampert. Oh, that brings back memories of just completely obliterating fools with my Rain team. Swampert Mega evolves and just runs through everything like a runaway freight train.
Freak was like, hey guys, what if we made a type with 4 weaknesses that only resisted itself? And they're satanic evil. It's being absolute dog water. Some sick designer at Game Freak was like, hey guys, what if we made a type with 4 weaknesses that...
Yep. Weak to fire, fighting, rock, and steel. And the thing is, all 4 of those fucking weaknesses make 100% sense. Like, we've all witnessed martial artists breaking blocks of ice with their hands. Rocks break ice. Steel obviously breaks ice, and fire melts ice. Ice is a good offensive type, but defensively, it is absolute dog water, which is why
only resisted itself. And their
bulky,
satanic evil twisted coworker was like, wow, great idea. And hey, what if we made all the Pokemon of that type slow and bulky?
Yeah. I'm surprised Cloyster's not in here too, because Cloyster is another one that is slow and bulky. I mean, I make it work, but that ice typing can sometimes be a liability too. That's why I gave it Explosion, so sometimes I can just blow it up.
Man, I sure do hate gamers. And then they kissed. And that's the way it's been ever since 1995. There have been some Ice-type Pokemon that have been okay at times, but for the vast majority of its lifespan, Ice-types have been the canned, boiled peanuts you bought one time thinking, I'll probably eat them eventually, but now it's been 5 years and it feels like a waste to throw them out, but also you'd rather starve than eat them. Which is why I made this video over a year ago before Scarlet and Violet came out. In it, I talked about how Ice is a really bad type and my recommendations for how I would make it better. For me,
I actually watched that video. I don't know, I'm not sure if I watched it when it came out, but I watched it a while back.
This was just a thought experiment. I didn't actually expect Ice to receive any major changes since, well, it never has before. So imagine my surprise when not only did Scarlet and Violet introduce multiple Ice-type Pokemon that people who aren't content creators would have a reason to use, but they also added one of the buffs to the Ice-type that I'd recommended in my video. Obviously, this is just a coincidence. I seriously doubt that the big Pikachu himself actually watches my videos. What's more interesting to me, however, is that this buff that I recommended and that Game Freak actually implemented, well, it worked. For the first time ever, Ice has clawed its way out of the abyss at the bottom of the type chart and has finally become a respectable type.
Yeah, that's the other worst type. I feel so bad for Frostmoth. And I like Frostmoth too, but it's the worst types. Double weak to fire and rock.
We can talk about this buff and why it worked.
Damn.
Though, we've got to talk about what was holding Ice back in the first place.
Yeah, that's why Frostmoth is just so unfortunate. It's literally both of the worst types mushed together. And I like that Pokemon too. It's cool. Also, I like the fact that I can make an elemental bug team. I can do a Vikavolt, Volcarona, Araquanid, Frostmoth, and Armaldo. You got, and even I think probably have like a sixth one if that's five. All the yeah. I don't want to do Parasect. Leavanny, yeah, Leavanny, and you can have just bug and a bunch of different types.
Short answer, everything. Ice's defensive relationships are the worst.
That's why I would love to see a late game bug type gym leader, because then they would actually be able to build out a fairly competent team of bug type Pokemon that could actually threaten. Like when bug is the first gym in a game, your options for the gym leader's team are pretty shit. But if bug was like the second to last or even like the third to last gym in a game, you could have like Volcarona and Araquanid and some other Pokemon that might you couldn't just march in there with one Pokemon with a fire type attack and just expect to completely clean up.
Out of all of the 18 types. It's got 4 weaknesses, which the good people at Game Freak decided to balance by giving it 1 resistance. And which type does Ice resist? Why, Ice, of course. One of the worst types in the game. That'll surely be useful. The design reason behind this was probably because Ice is meant to be the glass cannon type, with the ability to hit 4 types for super effective damage. Unfortunately, Game Freak suddenly remembered how to balance the type chart and made 4 types resist Ice, making our glass cannon more of a trash cannon.
Oh, brother!
It doesn't help that for so long, Ice-type Pokemon were given stats that really encouraged them to be slow and bulky, which is, in complete contrast to how their type encourages them to be played. Let's look at all the Ice-type Pokemon in the first 6 generations that were given fast and offensive stats. Now let's look at the Ice types that were designed to be slow and bulky. If you want a longer explanation of the Ice type's weaknesses, you can watch the video about fixing.
One more thing you should know. This doesn't really count for Weavile because it came out during the same generation as the physical special split. But Sneasel for generations 2 and 3 was complete trash. Because as a dark and ice type with high physical attack, it could never reliably hit for its stabs because both ice and dark were special moves until generation 4, when the physical special split allowed it to get moves like Night Slash and Ice Punch and actually do damage, in addition to of course getting a cool new evolution, which allowed it to get a boost in stats, in addition to actually hitting hard with its stabs. But before that, Sneasel was one of many Pokemon that were unfortunately fucked over by the way physical and special moves were handled. Pokemon like Gyarados and Kingler are another example. 2 water Pokemon with sky-high physical attacks that could never reliably hit with a hard-hitting stab water attack coming off their physical attack until Generation 4, when moves like Crab Hammer, Waterfall, and Aqua Tail would become physical. Sorry, just kind of nerded out a bit there. Oh yeah, Weavile is cool, but unfortunately Sneasel really was held back by not so much its typing, but its combination of its typing and its statting. Like if Sneasel had been a special sweeper in generations 2 and 3, it would have been monstrous. Excuse me. Like if Feint Attack and Ice Beam were coming off of a high special attack on Sneasel rather. I keep saying Weavile, but I mean Sneasel for generations 2 and 3. Sneasel would have been a massive threat. But unfortunately its special attack is really, really low, and its moves were only special until then. Ice Punch is one of Weavile's best moves. Ice Punch, Night Slash. I forgot what I ran on mine. I ran like 2 crazy coverage moves, but I like fast, hard-hitting Pokemon, so Weavile is definitely a Pokemon I've used before. Because it's fast and hits hard.
But if I had to explain it briefly, these are the 2 main issues. Ice's defensive relationships are really bad, and Ice-type Pokemon are not well built to take advantage of the type's more offensive leaning. Listen gamers, I get it. It can be really difficult to eat healthy consistently when you're busy bringing out your maximum gaming potential.
Drugs and mental health don't mix. Find a better way to unwind at cdc.gov/freemind.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
That's why the sponsor of today's video is
That's happened to me. It wasn't a coughing, it was a Graveler. That's pain. You'll never know pain until you see a shiny Pokemon use Self-Destruct or Explosion. That is true pain. Seeing a shiny Pokemon use Self-Destruct or Explosion feels like a harpoon through the heart.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
That's why the sponsor of today's video is Factor, a company that makes affordable, healthy meals that come together in minutes. If meal planning and prep work stress you out, Factor has what you need. If you have dietary restrictions, no sweat. Factor offers lots of great meals no matter your preferences, including vegetarian, vegan, calorie smart, and keto. With more than 27 meal options each week, there's something for everyone. Meal plans range from 4 to 18 meals per week, and you can add more or reduce the number depending on your specific needs. You can easily modify food preferences and skip a week if needed.
Shit, that one looks good.
From 4 to 18 meals per week, and you can add more or reduce the number depending on your specific needs.
I'm also stoned out of my mind, so like any image of food is just gonna be like, oh, that looks good, but no, yeah, that looks good. Especially if that broccoli has a bit of a crunch to it, oh, that would be real good.
You can easily modify food preferences and skip a week if needed. Use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code POGWOLFIE-November50 for 50% off your first box. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. It does seem like Game Freak was trying to help ice types more in recent generations. Gen 7 gave us a good ice type in Alolan Ninetales, but it also gave us the monstrosity that is Crabominable.
We don't talk about it.
So I'd personally still send everyone who worked on Gen 7 to prison if I could. There were a fair few Gen 8 ice types, but most of them, like Mr. Rime, Arctozolt, and Ice-Q, were disappointing. That is, until the DLC dropped. Glastrier and Calyrex Ice Rider were so good, you could almost believe they weren't ice types. Which brings us to Scarlet and Violet, and 3 major changes to our freezing friends. The first and most obvious buff that Ice-type Pokemon received is a reworking of the Hail weather condition. The way Hail used to work is at the end of every turn, any non-Ice-type Pokemon would lose 1/16 of their health. This might seem decent, but in reality, it isn't very high impact, and it also doesn't really help the player that set Hail up all that much. Since Ice is such a bad type, stacking a team with Ice types to take less damage from Hail is kind of like adding a bunch of airbags to a car without brakes. It's still gonna hurt when you crash. Because Hail has been so disappointing, I recommended changing it to be more similar to Sandstorm. Sun and Rain are clearly intended to be 2 sides of the same coin, with fire moves getting weaker in Rain and water moves getting weaker in Sun, and the 2 weathers having identical effects for their respective types.
I love rain teams. I love building, especially a doubles rain team. I can just wreak havoc with rain.
And abilities on top of that. It makes sense then that the remaining 2 weather conditions would be counterparts as well. And though both Sand and Hail damage Pokemon at the end of every turn, Rock-type Pokemon receive a special defense boost in the Sand, whereas Ice-type Pokemon receive Squat in the Hail. But in Scarlet and Violet, Hail was changed to Snow. In Snow, Pokemon no longer receive passive damage at the end of each turn. Instead, Ice-type Pokemon...
Which I didn't realize, I just recently, quote-unquote, beat Scarlet. It was just Violet. I played Violet. I don't know if I beat the whole thing yet. I got to the point where, like, I gotta go and beat all 8 gym leaders again. In order to, like, assess them, for help with the lady with the long hair. But one thing I did notice, and I was like, oh shit, thank God, was that you don't take damage in snow anymore. Because when the snow started one time, I was like, oh fuck, here we go with the fucking passive damage shit. Excuse me. And then it didn't happen, and I was like, oh, I guess they changed it. And I was actually kind of happy about that.
Get a 50% increase to their defense stats, finally making Snow the counterpart of Sand. This helps Ice-type Pokemon out tremendously because it directly addresses both of the major issues that Ice types have. Ice types lack resistances.
You know what? Other than fire, most of Ice's weaknesses are physical. Rock, steel, fighting?
Resistances are a little less important when you can cut the damage output of all physical attacks that you receive. It's also great for the slower, bulkier Ice-type Pokemon. Previously, despite these Pokemon being clearly designed as tanks, they weren't...
God damn!
It's also great for the slower, bulkier Ice-type Pokemon. Previously, despite these Pokemon...
Damn, boy, he's thick! I didn't realize the Iceberg had that much defense. Son of a bitch.
Being clearly designed as tanks, they weren't able to actually function in that way because Ice's multiple weaknesses and soul resistance didn't give them enough staying power in battle. With Snow, these Pokemon suddenly become significantly harder to get off the field. Keep in mind that you're getting more value from Snow's defense boost the higher your defense stat is to begin with. This one change alone took several Pokemon that you'd really only use out of pity and made them actual viable threats. The obvious standouts are
Dies to Ember,
Abomasnow and Alolan Ninetales, who are the 2 Pokemon who can set up
Dies to Metal Claw. I'm sorry, it's true.
With their abilities. This is basically just an intrinsic boost to these Pokemon stats since they don't need to rely on anything else to set the snow up for them. For Abomasnow, a Pokemon that previously lacked the bulk to stick around, the offense to do damage, and the speed to put pressure on the opponent, this extra survivability makes it easier to justify using it. For Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that was already one of the better ice types going into Scarlet and Violet, it suddenly found itself able to compete with the big dogs. Even ice-type Pokemon that have literally never seen competitive play before were suddenly being used and even finding success.
Is that a Kuno? The thing that takes massive damage from Stealth Rocks?
Kuno is a Pokemon that has been so bad for so long that many players were questioning if it was actually a Digimon. But thanks to these changes, in Scarlet and Violet, players were finally giving it a shot. With its Snow Cloak ability, it becomes much harder to hit when snow is active. And with
Plus the defense boost. That's pretty diabolical.
the new defense boost, it was able to actually take advantage of its respectable bulk for the first time ever. But saving the ice types of yore wasn't all these new games did. Scarlet and Violet shattered a rule hitherto thought to be completely unbreakable. Every ice type they added was actually good. How ice types have worked for every prior generation was, first and most importantly,
I know the pseudo legendary of Gen 9 Baxcalibur is Dragon Ice. I've thought about using it since it actually looks kind of cool.
create the worst ice type Pokemon you can think of. Next, add a couple bulky ice types that will definitely not get any.
I'm sorry, Cloyster.
Use. Lastly, if you feel like it, try and make an ice type that has about I don't know, 20% chance of actually being good. What's strange is that this clearly functional process didn't affect Paldea. All 4 of the new ice type Pokemon that they added are actually good. So Titan is clearly the worst of the group, but finding the worst ice type.
Brooklyn and Queens, home to learners, creators, and leaders. We're here to
From Generation 9 is like finding the worst chocolate covered raisin in the Costco gigantic chocolate covered raisin jar.
Chocolate covered raisins are boss. They are fucking delicious. Raisins are delicious.
Still good. So Titan falls into the bulky ice type category, but don't let that fool you. It has a ton of tools that offset the mediocrity we've come to expect from this class of Pokemon. First, it has absolutely unbelievable stats. Its HP is the highest of any new Pokemon added in Scarlet and Violet. Its attack stat is good, and though its defenses are a bit below par, that's balanced by how huge its HP stat is.
Yeah.
Its speed stat is towards the lower end, but Titan is by no means slow. And thanks to its Slush Rush ability, Titan can double its speed whenever snow is active. This means that with just a little investment, Titan can outspeed all the major threats in the metagame. Titan has another way of getting around its low speed stat, even if you don't have a way of setting up snow. It's
Ice Shard. I love Ice Shard. Oh, you thought you were gonna attack? Nope. Yeah, there's the saber-tooth tiger thing, the ice tiger thing, and then the other 2 that come in the fucking the set.
Shard, a relatively weak move that has increased.
Oh, you got Scarlet? I got Violet. We should maybe we should trade for the ones we can't get in the other games.
Priority, allowing it to move before most other attacks. You're probably thinking, but Wolf, I don't want to use a move that's weak. Don't you ever interrupt me again. Now friends, Titan is one of a very small handful of Pokemon that gets access to Belly Drum, a ridiculous move that, in exchange for giving up half of your health, maxes out your attack stat. If you want to see the power of Belly Drum in action, you can watch me ruin people's days with Snorlax. Just like Snorlax,
Belly Drum can absolutely fucking wreck house.
the Titan also gets the ability Thick Fat, giving it extra resistances to fire and ice. But unlike Snorlax, who doesn't learn any priority moves, Ice Shard is on the table here, and at +6 attack, Ice Shard goes from a snowball to an avalanche. There's only ever been one other notable Pokemon that has the combination of
I'm scared. A Zoomeril with fucking Belly Drum? Oh my god. You know what a Zoomeril's ability is, right? Fucking huge power, double. Oh my god, that's too much power. No! It's gonna squish everything flat.
Belly Drum and a priority attack. And it's
And it has Aqua Jet. Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Zoomeril.
That's like getting hit by a train. That's like getting hit by a subway train.
Sumeril's been an extremely scary Pokemon for years. I actually won a tournament with it back in 2015. And even though its attack stat is higher than Titan's,
Yeah, it's a huge power. So it can fucking stomp on everything.
its bulk is a lot worse. I think in the right format, Titan can absolutely be a major threat. Titan didn't see a ton of competitive play in Scarlet and Violet, but that's largely due to the early months being dominated by Murkrow, which is a sentence I never thought that I would have to say. Dondozo was one of the major threats of the early formats of Generation 9, and Murkrow with Haze to remove
Ooh, that's terrifying.
all of its stat boosts was a very popular counter. Unfortunately, Haze also served as a hard counter to Titan, thanks to Murkrow's Prankster giving it priority, allowing it to remove Titan's boosts before Ice Shard could KO Murkrow. Even though Murkrow isn't really a thing anymore, the power level of the format has grown a little bit too much for Titan to be a major threat, but I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it doing well in future formats when new games release.
I've actually seen that thing, Titan. I've actually seen it when I was hunting for the first stage of Excalibur in the icy mountains in Paldea, and it's just so fucking goofy walking around. Yeah, I know you love Murkrow.
And of our 4 new ice types, Titan is the only one that can't really hang with the big dogs. The next best ice type, Excalibur, is meaningfully better than Titan, and that's saying something since Titan is not bad by any means. Excalibur is just built different. It's got the second highest
God damn
attack stat of any of the Paldean Pokemon.
It's got a lot of HP too. Good defenses, decent speed. And it's a dragon, so it has access to Dragon Dance, which means it's like one Dragon Dance away from just becoming a fucking jet-powered steamroller.
Second only to Hero Form Palafin. Its high HP and good defense stats makes it very tanky, and its speed stat puts it comfortably towards the middle of the field. On top of that, Excalibur has both a signature ability and a signature attack. Its ability, Thermal Exchange, is basically just the upgraded version of the ability Water Veil. Water Veil only prevents burn, which Thermal Exchange also does, but on top of that, if Excalibur gets hit by a fire-type move, this ability gives it an attack boost. Since Excalibur's attack is already as high as a Landorus Therian's, my professional opinion is to not do this if your opponent has Excalibur. Its signature attack, Glaive Rush, is equally powerful. It's 50% strong.
120 base power with 100% accuracy. Please tell me that has recoil damage.
Than Dragon Claw with 100% accuracy. This is way stronger than a normal attack, so of course there's a catch. The downside of using this move is if you hit something with it, all damage Excalibur takes is doubled until the next time it moves. Now, this might seem like a pretty major drawback, but in reality, it's quite manageable. That's because you can easily get around it by using priority.
I was actually going to say that. I was going to be like, couldn't you just use Ice Shard next turn and then not have to deal with that?
Moves. Not only does Excalibur learn the always useful Protect, which can be used to both keep it safe and shrug off Glaive Rush's downside, it also gets Ice Shard.
Told you!
While Excalibur doesn't have the ability to take clean one-hit KOs with Ice Shard like Titan does, it's still a good move that can be used to finish off low HP foes or combo with a fast partner. Attack. The last reason Glaive Rush's downside isn't that big of a deal is because of Excalibur's speed stat. Because it's slower than a lot of the more common threats in the game, Excalibur will often be the last Pokemon attacking on a turn. While for most Pokemon this would be a weakness, Excalibur actually benefits from being the last to move because it can use Glaive Rush without fearing a slower Pokemon doing double damage in the same turn, and can then cancel out the negative effect with an Ice Shard or Protect. Excalibur also benefited a ton from 2 brand new items introduced in Scarlet and Violet. Clear Amulet prevents its stats from being lowered, meaning if it ever gets an attack boost, there's no way to lower it again without knocking it out.
Because anything that's got high attack is always afraid of things with Intimidate, because, I mean, yeah. Oh, cool, I've got a lot of attack. Well, no, you had a lot of attack until I scared your bitch ass.
or forcing it to switch. Excalibur can also use the loaded dice item, which causes all multi-hit moves
Icicle Spear?
to hit a minimum of 4 times. Combine this with its moves Icicle Spear and Scale Shot, and you get very high power moves that can even KO Pokemon holding a Focus Sash and just do tons of damage in general. Excalibur won 2 of the 3 international level tournaments this.
What can I say? I know a little bit about competitive Pokemon. I never played competitive Pokemon, but I know a little bit about it.
Season, despite not being the most popular pick overall. And with the introduction of Alolan Ninetales back into the game with the Teal Mask DLC, many players are finding success making Excalibur even tankier, thanks to the addition of a stronger Snow Setter. Trying to get rid of Excalibur in the snow with Auroraville up is like trying to take cheese out of a cheesecake. 2 of the new Ice-type Pokemon have been more popular than Excalibur. Iron Bundle is one of my favorite new Pokemon because whoever is normally in charge of designing the fast Ice types of the generation clearly got sick for the day, and the person who was filling in snuck in a good one while they could. Iron Bundle's the fastest Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet. While its bulk is somewhat lacking, it isn't as frail as classical super fast Pokemon like Electrode and Ninjask, and its high defense stat allows it to not just melt under the pressure. In addition to its bonkers speed, Iron Bundle's high special attack stat means if you ignore it, you'll get left out in the cold. Like Excalibur, Iron Bundle's secondary typing makes it much stronger than if it were a pure Ice type. Defensively, the Water type cancels out Ice's weaknesses to Steel and Fire. And offensively, it's able to pressure the Rock type Pokemon who would otherwise spook our Metal Penguin. Offensively, all secondary types add an additional dimension to a Pokemon's coverage, but for Iron Bundle, this is even more true than for most other Pokemon. This is because of the move Freeze Dry. While on the surface, Freeze Dry looks just like any other Ice-type move, it's got a special property. Even though Water Pokemon resist Ice attacks, if Freeze Dry hits a Water-type Pokemon, it will do super effective damage. What happens when you combine this move with Iron Bundle's Water-type coverage? You end up with a combination without a single resistance in the entire game. That's right, there is no combination of types or single type you can give your Pokemon that will resist both water moves and freeze dry. As if all this wasn't enough, as a Paradox Pokemon, Iron Bundle can make use of the Booster Energy item. This is a great item in general. It allows players to do one of 2 things. They can either sacrifice a ton of investment in the speed of their Iron Bundle in order to make it much tankier, and then use the booster energy to offset the speed that they would otherwise lose to still end up faster than everything else, or they can train Iron Bundle to maximize its speed and special attack anyway, which allows it to become so fast that it can even outspeed opposing Pokemon when they have Tailwind set up. But my favorite thing about Iron Bundle...
Oh, that's scary. Even with Tailwind?
Is that it's an offensive Pokemon that can still function in a supportive role. With Icy Wind, Iron Bundle is one of the best ways of controlling the speed of the battle. And I actually saw success earlier this year with Encore on Iron Bundle as well. It's nice to have a Pokemon that can both be offensive and support the team, since it's very easy to fit Icy Wind even on offensive movesets. It allows you as the player to play very fluidly with Iron Bundle, using it to disrupt your opponent or pressure big damage depending on what you need. Iron Bundle does have a major drawback. Its only real water type attack is Hydro Pump. Hydro Pump is unfortunately only 85% accurate, which means it'll let you down more often than the Milwaukee Bucks in 2014. For someone like me who pretty much never uses moves with accuracy below 90%, this can make Iron Bundle feel really inconsistent. So much so that when I ran that Encore Iron Bundle that I mentioned, I actually dropped Hydro Pump to ensure that I never missed. Despite Hydro Pump's inconsistency, Iron Bundle saw a ton of success throughout the year, but not as much success as Chen Pao, the final new Ice-type Pokemon. One of the 4 new Treasures of Ruin, Chen Pao's great...
Have a good night, Zeb.
Stats, well-positioned offensive typing, amazing move pool, and absurd ability put it clearly at the top as one of the best new Pokemon in Generation 9, period. Fun fact, Chen Pao is only the 2nd Ice-type Pokemon ever to win the World Championships, with the first being Mamoswine back in 2013. Chen Pao is tied as the 2nd fastest new Pokemon with Fluttermane.
God damn.
1 speed point below Iron
God damn.
Bundle. It's also got a great attack.
Fast as fuck, boy.
Stat and decent enough defenses for such a fast and
God damn, that thing's fast as fuck, boy. And that shit hard. It's hard as hell. 405 speed. That's not fucking right. Oh, that's cool. I like this thing.
Strong Pokemon. But that isn't what makes it remarkable. That would be its ability, Sword of Ruin. It lowers the defense stats of all other Pokemon on the field by a quarter as long as Chen-Pao is out. Not only is this basically a damage boost on all of Chen-Pao's moves because it's a physical attacker, but
it could be a damage boost to its partner's moves if its partner is a physical hitter.
Also opens up some really nasty offensive combinations like Chen-Pao Dragonite and Chen-Pao Dragapult and Chen-Pao Dragonborn. Basically, if you combine a physical attacker that can't be slowed down by Intimidate and Fake Out with some way of moving first, whether it be priority attack.
Yeah, that'll do
like
it.
Extreme Speed or just an incredibly high base speed. With Chen-Pao's Sword of Ruin and high speed of its own, you're able to KO most Pokemon in the game before they can move. This never would have been possible without Sword of Ruin.
Yeah, the shiny one looks cool as hell too. It's like all black and shit.
But thanks to Chen-Pao, that bit of damage amplification turns these otherwise strong attacks into nightmare threats. Not that you need to lean into such an offensive direction to use Chen-Pao. It's an incredibly flexible Pokemon, in part because its ability works so well at just supporting itself. Chen-Pao typically runs Protect, Sucker Punch, Sacred Sword, and then either Icicle Crash or Ice Spinner. This gives it Ice and Dark moves to benefit from its typing, as well as a great coverage move in Sacred Sword, that not only hits Dark, Ice, Rock, and Steel types for super effective damage, but it also lets it ignore defense boosts, which has been relevant more often than I would have expected this year. So not only did Game Freak rework the failing hail weather condition to snow, they also added 4 new great ice type Pokemon. And there's one more major buff that ice type Pokemon received as of Scarlet and Violet.
Welcome to Menlandia, where men can be dudes and dudes can be men.
Can I use natural soap instead of this old and spicy stuff?
So it isn't immediately obvious. I'm talking about terastallization. This might seem like a weird thing to bring up when talking about buffs for ice types. I mean, all Pokemon can terastallize, but ice type Pokemon on the whole benefited more than any single other type in the game from Generation 9's unique mechanic. The reason has to do with how terastallization works. When you terastallize into a type that isn't a type that you already are, you keep all of the original offensive benefits of your types, gain a new offensive boost to whatever you terastallize into, and replace all of your original defensive relationships with whatever the new type's defensive relationships are. In other words, terastallization keeps your offense mostly the same, but it changes your defense completely. See where this is going?
Yeah, I'm still learning how to use this effectively. But as a all water trainer, I'm trying to figure out a way, especially since Pokemon Champions is probably gonna have this. I want to see if I can figure out a way to have an all water team, and then have like a Kingler that can terastallize into fucking Terra Ground or some shit. Like Thunderbolt. Ah, you dumb fuck, Terra Ground. Ah!
Ice types are strong offensively. It's defensively where they really struggle. Terastallization then is the perfect tool. Change your defense completely and keep your offense as is. Ice benefits more than any other type in the game from this because it's the most lopsided when it comes to offense versus defense. You might expect the type that benefits the most from terastallization would be the worst type in the game, since it's the most incentivized to change its type in the first place. In my opinion, that would be Bug, but the thing is that Bug has the opposite problem as Ice. Defensive resistances to Grass, Ground, and Fighting are all very relevant in the current format, but Bug only hits 3 types for super effective damage, and none of them are incredible top tier types. While terastallization does allow Bug types to improve their offensive dimension by a little bit, it isn't as high value compared to ice types that can completely change all of their weaknesses and resistances. Of course, this buff only matters for Generation 9. It's highly unlikely that terastallization will make it into Generation 10. Even still, it's a big factor in allowing ice.
From what I've heard, Pokemon Champions is going to include Mega Evolution, Z moves, Gigantamaxing, and Terastallization. I wonder if you could do each one during a battle, which would be a really sick fucking display. Imagine you can Mega Evolve one Pokemon, Gigantamax another, use a Z move on one, and then have one as a Terra.
type Pokemon to win more tournaments this season than they ever have before. These three
That
major
one's
buffs
that.
combined led to a huge upheaval in Ice's overall viability. I like to think about how good the types are relative to each other.
Let's see. Mega Swampert, just because that thing is an absolute beast. Gigantamax Kingler. I feel like there's a ground Z move that'd probably be useful. And then some form of terrestrialization to make a water offensive water Pokemon more defensively viable.
And back in Sword and Shield, I came out with a ranking that I felt pretty good about. I placed Ice at 17th out of 18 types, second to the bottom only behind the Bug type. But when Scarlet and Violet came out, it was obvious that my old rankings were outdated, so once again, I sat down and ranked every type in the game. And to my shock, I found that I couldn't put Ice any lower than 12th overall. This is an enormous jump in viability, but it makes sense when you consider just how much love Ice types got in Scarlet and Violet. And I think it's really cool. Ice has been one of the worst types since the very beginning of the series, so to suddenly make major changes and have them pay off, I gotta give props to the developers. It makes me wonder if maybe in future generations, bug type Pokemon will get some love. I think
that would be awesome. I like the bug type. I've always liked the bug type. And it's sad that bug is sort of a not good type.
Most of the other types are fine as they are, but Bug has been really struggling for years now. For now, I'm just glad Ice types can finally be put in a team again without my friends feeling like something is wrong in my personal life. In conclusion, I guess all I'd like to say is, Ice job, Game Freak.
At Wells Fargo, we get it. Carlo started his business to obsess over things like basting, butter basting, oil.
9 minutes? We could watch a 9-minute dash cam learning video. We're gonna watch a 9-minute Idiot Ends Up Crying After Getting Karma by Dashcam Learning. Patience. See that one again. Turning guy didn't yield, and the guy going straight came in a little too hot. Oh, that dude just took off. Wow, what a scummer. What a scummer. Wow, what a dick. Wow, what a self-important dick. Wait. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, yep. Nope. Of course. Looks like I'm not certain, but that I'm almost certain that's a BMW badge, which would make sense. Either way, self-important dickhead. What the f... Ooh. Oh, you're gonna have to call the cops for that. Oh my god, you're gonna have to call the police for that one. Coming in hot. Ooh, came in way too hot. God damn, dude. We got Drifty McVeigh. Yep, Drifty McVeigh. Fucking dumbass. So what's going on here? Oh, we got this dickhead. We got this dickhead here who doesn't know how to keep straight. Either that or they were trying to I think they were trying to cut in, but they didn't yield to the traffic already in the lane. You dipshit. That's what happened, you dipshit. Oh yeah.
Washington needed to get out of town.
Holy fuck, he just like fucking ripped the whole face off.
Washington
Boom!
Oh
man.
Wait, he ran a fucking red.
Oh man.
Washington needed to get out of town.
Oh man.
God damn it, he just fucking flies off. You're supposed to yield to the traffic in the lane. You don't just fucking throw your whole fucking ass into the lane and hope everything will be alright. And then shit like that happens, you fucking Nimrod. Let's see. Again, turning vehicles don't yield to traffic in the lane they're turning across, and then things happen. You are supposed to yield. That's why I always find turning left to be so sketch, because you gotta cut across lanes, but you just gotta use your fucking brain. See? Not yielding. Oh, this guy thinks he's slick. Oh, good for you, you fucking asshole.
Wealthfront offers a cash account that has one of the highest interest rates on the market.
Let's see. He thinks. Gee, I wonder how that happened. I wonder what the story is behind this right here. And it couldn't be your driving habits, could it? Right here. Tire blows, loses control, introduces grill to wall, and hits the guy. What a fucking asshole. Are you okay? What was your Yeah, what was it? Do you just suck? You just suck! No, 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 you just suck. Thanks for the hydrate. You just suck. No, 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 you just suck at driving. Ah! You turn. There's nothing in your way. And you still somehow manage to fuck it up. Sucks to suck. Sucks to suck. Yeah, yeah, sucks to suck. Ooh. Why did you stop in the middle of the road, homie? Uh-oh. Oh, it's a Nissan! No. Let's go back. It's a goddamn Nissan, of course. Oh my god, these people are menaces. Look at that face! What a fucking dumb fuck. What a fucking dumb fuck. Bro, look at that face! Look at that face! Distracted by people walking. I mean, you saw it. I want to say something. Yes, the face of someone who should be driving. Right, hold on. I feel like that's on you, camera. 1,000, 2, 1,000. Yeah, you see they're turning. You should be prepared to slow down. Because turning, they have to yield. You see there's like a bike lane and a pedestrian path that's to cut across. They may have to yield to traffic in that lane. You should be slowing the fuck down. It's rain. Oh no! Unlicensed 16-year-old. Oh god. Oh no! That fucking terrifies me. Cause like that red car was doing absolutely nothing fucking wrong, just sitting at a fucking light, when all of a sudden this chaos came home to roost. And I mean, of all the places to get hit, fuck. Ooh. The mirror just goes fucking sailing through the air. Clearly full T-bone. Yeah. Cause it looked like someone fucking ran a red. Like, let's see that crash again. Green light. And this guy here just casually gliding along with no fucking signal, no fucking yielding, no fucking brain cells. Bop! And there goes your mirror. If you're gonna turn left, you should be in the left lane. Because then, when you turn left from the right lane, you cut across the left lane, and people in the left lane might sideswipe you like this. You dumbass. You didn't see them? You're at a stop sign. You're supposed to yield at the stop sign until there's a safe break in traffic for you to cross through the threshold. You're not supposed to just fucking go for it, bro. Boom! See? That's what happens. That's what the fuck happens. Yeah, see? You see? That sounded bad too. What a dumbass. It's just fucking. It's fucking. Whee! Wow. Wow, what a butt munch. Great way to ruin such a scenic drive. Why are your reverse lights coming on? No! Get the fuck away from me, bro. No, nothing you can do. It happened too fast. And I'm talking about the camera driver, of course. Oh, that car's a dumbass. How do these people get licenses? How do these people get licenses? Oh. Some people should not be licensed to drive. Some people need to not drive a vehicle. Alright, so that was our React section of the stream. Give me a moment. I'm going to put the Be Right Back screensaver up. Oh yeah, people are terrible drivers. People are absolutely terrible drivers. I am going to see what we are going to play for about an hour or so. Let's see where are my controllers. Here are my controllers. It's the last thing I played on stream. Play some. We're gonna play Pokemon Pure Green. Let's get the Come on, controller, turn on. Oh yeah, the game's actually quite fun. I rather enjoyed playing Violet. Why is my controller fucking up? Where the fuck? Ah, here it is. Oh yeah, same. Alright. Boop. 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 Wait. I forgot. Did I? Spin. I think I did. I did. Okay. I was. I had forgotten if I had gotten the self scope yet. Yeah, buddy. Shit, I hit the wrong one. That was my fault. Oh, fuck. Nice. Landed that crit. Mega Drain. Nice. Doggy. Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon is a good one, but there are so many water types in Gen 1 to pick from. Oh no. Yeah, I can bet. Both of those Pokemon are fairly good, and Alakazam being able to get the elemental punches alone could probably just carry the entire game. I mean, Psychic, Electric, Ice, and Fire. I don't think much can stand up to that. Oh no. Shit. Sweep the league for EXP and money. Yes, good game. That Ivysaur nearly had me wrecked. That was annoying. Let's just use this Pokemon Center just in case. Oh really? How was it? Like, does it is it worth getting? Really? I didn't even know Red Dead Redemption was on the Switch. Holy fuck! Fantasy have level 35 Pokemon? Oh hell yeah, that's a pretty good deal. Ghastly. Hit with the Dust Claw. That's pretty cool. Oh, so she has violating of Scarlet. That's pretty interesting. That's the cool thing about having a sibling. You can get the opposite version. You get the opposite version, and they get the one. You know, you get the red one, they get the blue one, or vice versa. Nice. Oops. Oh well. I usually choose the blue one, but not always. I got Y, but I got Y and Pearl, but other than that, it's usually the blue one. Oh, that was pretty cool. Got the opposite one the second time around. Ghastly. Damn it. Confusion. Oh man. No. Gyarados, no. Ah, so much for a super effective hit. Oh shit, it's Cubone. Nice. Shit. Stay in the ball, asshole. Damn it. There we go. Really? Really? Okay. That's cool, man. Strengthen up that willpower. How much longer before you gotta leave for work? Oh my god. With the confused rays. There we go. That took longer than I thought it would. Alright. Gotta get that Pokedex data. Well, you know, you gotta find the one that works right for you. Another haunter. That's true. Might as well enjoy it for when you get home and you can actually enjoy the ride. That's one. Nice. Well, I completed Pokemon Tower. We did some reacts. Let's see, I've been live for, wow, 4 hours and 18 minutes. So I think we're going to ride out the next minute and a half. Alright, so I just wanted to see if there was anything I missed. Or anything coming up. Anything. Oh yeah. Yeah man, thanks for coming to the stream with me. I appreciate you chilling out. I had a great stream. I'm going to put the thanks for watching up. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Thank you for hanging out. I had a lot of fun doing Pokemon Tower and reacting to some videos. I'll see you in the next one. Later, bro.